We wrote, I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold, hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we'll take the roads, we'll take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know,
but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the man knows he's got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, as 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab, or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scare for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled, from the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand, by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs our head are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.
Hello, folks. How we doing? Hello, Add-on Sync. Hello, Ashkey J. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Mount Eucalyptus. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Underground Uncle. Hello, Sorry You're Blue. Hello, Abyssal Anath. Hello, Elizabeth Bay. Hello, the Kitsune Cavalier. Hello, Alan Showerman. Hello, Alexis Fandom. Hello, Tea Leaf. Hello, Tristan MB. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Jay. Hello, Screech123. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Charles. I like all the usernames and then just Charles. Hello, Satanic Panic at the Disco. Hello, Temporal Wizard. Hello, Electra. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Hit the Mat. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Vox Syndicate. Hello, Axolotls with Cream. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Boy Meets Mini. Y'all, go follow Boy Meets Mini over on Twitch, okay? Doing great work over there. Hello. How we all doing? 1 second, I have to do something off camera. I'm still here though, so I'm gonna continue to say hello to people. Hello! Jenna Sparks. Hello, Princess Fiona. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, Insects Appeal. Hello, Aferna Alessandre Zumil. Hello, Twin Tails 100. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, one and all. Hello, the Profane Priestess. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Ashley, Jay, Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, Miss Evelyn. Hello, Holly Hooms. Pirate's Booty, like the white cheddar snacks. I suppose that's one way of referring to them. Hello. Kayla King, hello. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, the Nestine. Hello, I am Damo Suzuki. Hello, John Smith. Hello, Borfboo. I feel like Borfboo would be the name of a character from like a Thundercats knockoff. I don't know why. I'm 100% here for it. I love it with every fiber of my being. Hello, Nyanrat. Did you see the town hall I was at? I posted a vid in the Discord. I have not. I've been incredibly goddamn busy today. Can I link the playlist for the intro music? Absolutely. Burp. There you go. I'm just an artist by that name. Sell yourself short. Sure, you're also an intergalactic super dinosaur. That would be the knockoff of Thundercats. It'd be like lightning dinos. Let's see. Hello, Jason Kelly. Let's get started, everyone, shall we? I'm Dinosaur. You got it. You understand the vision, Borfboo. You understand. You understand. I'm a Dinosaur. Exactly. Yeah, it's the Dinosaurs versus the Triceratops. Does ACAB include Triceratops? Especially Triceratops. That'd make me a dino whore. Bum 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 ba da 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 ba da ba da ba da. Woo! All right, we have a lot to go over today, folks. Are you guys ready? All right. And yeah, we'll Lady Raincloud, you can definitely call in later. Not right off the bat, but we will be talking about a lot of stuff. We'll be talking about town halls. We'll be talking about protests. Probably somewhere around there. Loading all my tabs. They're ready to go. Got a bunch of topics today. Woof. Phone banking went so easy yesterday. If I can do it, you can too, chat. Let's go! Jamergy! Jamergy, my god. You can fucking tell how goddamn out of it I am. Sour gummy worms make Coke Zero explode? What? Well, Lady Ringcloud, would you rather call in before or after your nap? Hello, Peacheek. How do you find a velociraptor? You divide the distance raptor by the time raptor. Before? Okay. Then let me pull up these things real quick. Here, you know what? I know how to intro this. I have the power. I have the knowledge. All right. So, folks, people have been peopling. People all across this country are getting organized, as the song goes. And, you know, there's a lot of hunger out there on the ground for people to turn out, to get loud, and to stand their ground. And a really great example of this is AOC did a rally the other day in, where was this? It was in Greeley, Colorado. And in Greeley, Colorado, they were expecting a turnout of about 2,000 people. Well, they outdid themselves a little bit. Let's just take a look. Well, that's not a look. That's just my desktop. That is not. That's the wrong desk. There we go.
The senator, the man, the friend, the person who has helped bring all of us here together today, Senator Bernie Sanders.
You're not getting me with that copyright infringement. But yeah, so they had 11,000 people turn out in Greeley, Colorado. People in this country are getting organized, folks. And we're gonna talk here with Lady Raincloud. We're gonna talk about other organizing efforts. Lady Raincloud has been very active, turning out and making things happen. And went to 2 protests today, is my understanding. That's cool as hell. So let's get her on the line here. Oop. So, hello.
Wait, does that work?
It works great.
Hi.
Howdy.
Hi. All right. Sorry, I'm tired.
No worries. No worries.
So where do you want to start?
Why not start with the first protest you went to today? Like, tell people a little bit. Also, maybe start with like what all you're doing, because I know you're doing like 5 or 6 different things at the same time. You have a lot of plates spinning.
Right now I am the technology coordinator on the executive steering committee for my DSA chapter here in the Miami Valley area, as well as the committee chair for the Trans Rights and Bodily Autonomy Working Group, which I proposed as part of my first meeting with the DSA chapter, and the chapter voted on it. And since I proposed it, I ended up running it, and then I've now modeled it after the DSA National Trans Rights and Bodily Autonomy Working Group, which I will be joining a DSA National TRABA call coming up here in a few days. I have also announced my intention to run to be elected as a delegate to go to the convention, the DSA National Convention in Chicago. We'll see. We're sending like 3 or 4 people with an alternate, so maybe I'll get it, maybe I won't. I don't know. Today was I did it was actually a press supposed to be a press meeting, a press briefing. We had veterans and VA nurses show up, and it was organized by a friend of mine. Her name's Mel, former U.S. Army, and very much leftist, and she is running a group here called DIFA, the District 10 Indivisible for All, which I think is like a sub chapter of what's the thing we've been watching with the guy and the lady that do the
Indivisible.
Indivisible. Yeah, District 10 Indivisible for All, DIFA. And then so today was supposed to be a press release. The press didn't show up. So we recorded videos, and then we ended up going into Congressman Turner's office, 4 of us at a time, and they wouldn't let phones and they wouldn't let signs. But we went in and talked to his staffer, who told us that the congressman was in the district but out doing meetings.
Okay.
There was a little bit of a whoopsie on my part.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah. I kind of got very angry and very cussy at the staffer and had 3 armed U.S. Marshals come in.
Honestly, kind of badass. Kind of badass. I'm not gonna lie.
I cussed her out and told her to her face that my message to the congressman was that, may I cuss?
Yeah, absolutely.
Was that, quote, he needed to do a fucking town hall or I would do one for him.
Honestly, that is based as hell. That is great.
So, and yeah, then
And
3 U.S. Marshals.
In response to that, they called in U.S. Marshals?
So I'm sitting in there with 3 other people and the staffer, and I'm like, look, I'm gonna get vulgar because I'm mad, and I start going off, and I'm like, you know, he needs to do his goddamn job, and people voted for him, and he's not this, and this, and I'm sick and tired of the way people are being treated and stuff, and I was like, he needs to do a fucking town hall, or I'm gonna fucking do one for him. And all of a sudden, like not even 5 minutes later, front door opens, U.S. Marshal comes in, gun, vest, everything. Everything okay in here? People heard some stuff. Everything okay in here? And the staffer was like, yeah, everything's fine. And I'm like, oh God, I think I just screwed up. You know?
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, uh-oh. Oh no. I think I'm in trouble. And so, but he goes out, and then literally a few minutes later, another marshal comes in through the front door and goes, "Hey, people down the hall, like, you all right? Everything going on
Oh
in
my
here?"
God.
And then literally another few minutes later, from the other doorway in the back comes another U.S. Marshal to be like, "Hey, just checking in. Everything okay?"
Oh my God.
And I'm like,
the party,
guys, really?
The party of free speech seems really afraid of the fuck word. That's
Yeah.
weird. That's weird to me. I thought, what, is comedy illegal now? Are swear words
apparently.
illegal?
So but on all seriousness, I thought I was kind of cooked.
Yeah.
I thought I was about to get arrested. I was like, oh no, I shouldn't have gone and did, but I did. So but here's the cool thing though. So we end up leaving the office, and we've got people out and around in the Dayton City area, and somebody goes, Turner's at Starbucks at the Schuster Center talking to this lady. And so we bolt across the city, and me and the other 3 people I was with confronted Turner at Starbucks. I walk up to him and I'm like, do you think it's okay that I'm like, like, I'm a veteran and I'm disabled and I served? And he's like, thank you for your service. And I'm, do you mean that, sir? Do you mean that? And he goes, I do. And I go, I don't think you did, because my care is being taken away. And he's like, well, I don't think that's true. You need to talk to my expert. My expert at my office.
I love that he's like, well, thank you for your service. You're literally canceling my care. Well, I think you're a liar, though. Like, that's incredible to say in like the space of a sentence.
Yes. And so I took a break after that. It's because I will admit, like,
Did
the three armed U.S. Marshals kind of and tracking a sitting congressman down and getting in his face at a Starbucks was kind of a little bit much for one day.
yeah, did you
So I took,
film that encounter? Like, did anyone
I
pull out
did
a
not.
camera?
Yeah. Yes. Other
Awesome.
people did. I will try and get that when I can. Um, the person I ran, I helped not run, I didn't run. The person I helped with her campaign,
Hmm.
Rose. She recorded me and recorded a bunch of other stuff.
Oh, that's great.
Outside, standing in the cold and things like that. Um, and so yeah, I took a bit of a break and like went and had something to eat and um hung out with a friend at a lake and we went for a walk and talked. And then and I sent you pictures, so if you like want to show them to chat,
Yeah.
I went to a Tesla protest that had like 150 people at it.
Yeah. Like a really good turnout. And
Yes.
I do appreciate that the Tesla dealership just looks desolate as hell.
It does, yes. We actually, while it was there, everybody was laughing and thought it was hilarious because a Tesla Model X got brought in on a tow truck. So yeah, we were having a good time with that. Um, and so now all of this is also, um, I have only had 3 hours of sleep
Yes.
since yesterday, and it was also like in the 40s and 50s and cold and windy. And you know some things about me, Jack,
Yep.
in terms of, can you guess how much pain I'm in at the moment?
I would hazard a guess overwhelming.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm very sore and very tired and very much in pain. However, come I'm going to another protest tomorrow at 2.
Oh hell yeah. Let's go.
So I just want you all to know, like, Jack knows and can back all this stuff up. All of you that know me, you know I am disabled. I was hurt in the Navy twice. I have a back injury. I have bad knees. I have a lot of stuff going on, including like lung problems. I'm also like very overweight. I admit it. And so before anybody accuses me of being ableist, I just want to be like, hey, I am disabled. That's what I get my money from the VA, right? I am disabled. I'm still telling you, do. Jack has been pushing this, and I wanted to get on and back her up and be like, look, I know it's gonna hurt. I know it's gonna be scary, but we have to. We have to.
Yep.
I need you all to do something. And one thing I wanted to bring up is when I was a street medic during the Floyd protests, I went out half a dozen times. When we say do something, that's not, hey, do what I'm doing and run across the city 3 blocks to track down a congressperson to yell at them at a Starbucks. I had people who drove me. I had people who maybe tossed me some money. I had people who let me cry on their shoulder. I had people who, maybe gave me some food and some water and stuff. Like there's so much you can do to be supportive that is, and maybe this will be controversial and get me in trouble, isn't just sitting and bitching in a chat with your main character syndrome or
And
throwing up a fit on Twitter, or
and
not Twitter,
and
Blue Sky.
and I mean, like, my god, if you want to if you want to do those things, there are ways you can do that in a constructive manner. Like, I've been talking
Yes.
about how in the history of like protest movements, like coming up with like memes and like different things to share around via whatever social media networks. In the past they were analog, now they're digital. available. Like, people in revolutionary France just dropped pamphlets on street corners that had like rude drawings of the king. Like, there are all kinds of things you can use if you're a poster, or if you are only capable of posting. You can weaponize that. You can do things with that. And it's just like, if you're wasting your time doing it just to moan, like, I don't know, shift your perspective. We need
We call it
everyone.
agitprop.
Yeah,
Yeah,
do
we do.
agitprop.
We call it agitprop for a reason, right?
Yep.
Because it agitates, right?
Yep.
So yeah, do like I don't want to. I don't want to do the whole "hey, I can do it, you can do it" thing. But like, guys, I am disabled, like, and I'm still doing.
Yeah. Do
Like,
do something.
you know, I admit that I really don't want to go to the protest tomorrow.
It's
I'm
hard.
tired. Hard. But yeah, and sometimes you also get little scary run-ins with, you know, people with badges and guns, and but like, I don't know.
I'm really
I
glad
don't
you're
want to.
okay.
Thank you.
And
I
especially in like our current time, like, it takes a lot of I think courage to go into I think your elected representative's office is a Republican, right?
yes. Mhm.
To go into a Republican's office as like a trans person and like
And yeah.
stare him down and be like, like, shut the fuck up, do a town hall, or we're gonna do one for you. Like, that's badass.
Well, I yelled that at his staffer. Remember, I had to run across the city to find him.
But still,
Yeah.
the kinds of people who are going to work for a Republican Congress, or person in government, are also going to be somewhat similar to that.
True.
And I still think
yeah.
that takes I think that takes a lot of courage.
It was very scary though.
Yeah, I bet. And I mean,
So,
that makes it
courage
that's
isn't the
what
absence of
courage
fear.
is,
Yeah. I thought I was gonna have a panic attack afterwards because I was I was shaking. I was genuinely like, oh, am I about to get cooked? Like, three of these dudes with their vests and their badges and their guns, because this is a court building where his office is, and we're up on the third floor, and there's only 3 floors, and it's literally the police station is right through the window, and like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Like, am I about to be not talking to you tonight, basically, is kind
Yeah.
of what I was thought.
Yeah.
So,
and just for the record, folks, this is why you try not to swear at staffers or at elected officials when you go and do your protests. It's very tempting, though, and I think Lady Raincloud's a badass for doing it, but as general best practices, you don't try to get arrested by U.S. Marshals.
Yeah, don't. I wasn't trying.
I know you weren't.
Please do not do what I did. This is a professional on a closed circuit course. Please do not attempt this. And I'm not any of those things. I'm not a professional. So yeah, don't do what I did. But I felt it. I felt the anger and the shaking because she just wasn't. She was writing down notes, but wasn't really listening to us.
Yeah.
And I just kind of lost it a little bit. So, I know that that's not constructive and it's not conducive to helping the movement, but like, I am getting tired of the left kind of peace washing. Like, Martin Luther King was so peaceful and polite. Like, what?
Oh man, that's why it was so refreshing in that town hall we went over a couple days ago when that guy brought up the Montgomery protests and how, like, Martin Luther King shut down the city. He like, the movement relied on that disruption and like relied on like other parts of society responding to that. And like, yeah, it's refreshing to see people state the actual case.
Yeah. But again, I would not recommend.
Yeah.
Not 10 out, 0 out of 10 would not recommend. Yeah, because they will arrest you
Yes.
if they think you're threatening the staffer or the Congress/senator. Like they will arrest you.
Or even if they think
and
you're making like a threatening environment or something.
yeah, and in current time, you might get disappeared. So
Yep.
do not do what I lost my cool, and I'm not proud of it, but I'm human, and we're not perfect victims, and I'm not a perfect activist or an advocate. So
No one is.
no one is. Yeah. But so yeah, we've got a massive rally/protest plan tomorrow. We are trying to get Senator Sanders and Congresswoman
AOC.
AOC, and I don't know if we're going to or not. Probably not, but we are trying to get them out here.
That'd
I
be really cool.
would be amazing. Yeah, if I could meet them both, but that's not going to happen. And so yeah, that's tomorrow in downtown, but it's like in the middle of the day, thankfully, so I'll be able to like crash out after this and get some rest. And though I do admit I might not go because today was
a lot.
It
sounds like.
Yeah. And I might need to like rest a little, and the wife is a little concerned with the close call.
Yeah.
So but yeah, and so thank you for letting me come and chat, and like guys, I don't know, we don't have the time, we don't have the luxury.
Yep. And thank you just from me to you for doing something. It means a lot. I think it means a lot to me. It means a lot to everyone else who can like see people doing stuff and like taking action. And so thank you. I know you're trying really hard.
Well, I listened to you, so because you were like, hey, go do stuff, and I'm gonna yell at you people to make you do stuff. And I'm just like, well, okay, I don't want Jack to yell at me no more. I'm gonna go do stuff. I'm kidding. I'm playing. I'm sorry.
This is your head pat. I'm pat head pat. You did good.
I get head pat. Yeah. Okay. All right. Much love, Jack.
Much love. You get some good rest. Okay, that's an order from your riverboat captain.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to bed. Night night. Good night, Jack. Good night, Jack.
Bye.
Bye bye.
That's a great example of just people getting involved in their local community. Like, that's 150 people turning out. That's not nothing, guys. That is talking to someone who every day works with an elected official and telling them, hey, you better act, or we are going to act in your stead. That's not nothing, guys. And I guarantee you that elected representative is a little hot under the collar. Like, it doesn't make him look good if he doesn't turn out to a town hall. And if he knows that other people are going to be holding a town hall and are going to be controlling the narrative about him and his candidacy and his like existence as a politician, that's never a good sign. When other people take control of your narrative and you're an elected official. That is effective. That's what that is. And like, that's cool as hell. That's really good. Stuff like this gives me hope. And I hope it gives you guys hope too, and spurs you on to do your action, whether it's getting out to a protest, whether it is, making a concerted effort to meme and do agitprop or do comms for your local DSA, or, go to your Tesla takedown protests, go to your Indivisible protests, turn out to these Republican town halls if you're in a red district. If you're in a red district, hey, do an empty seat town hall. That's been a really popular idea. You know? Good job. I know a lot of you guys are doing your part. I'm proud of you guys. Every small act pushes our line forward. Exactly. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the $5 Australian. Well done, Lady Raincloud. That's some Rage Against the Machine disrupting the stock exchange level energy. I dig it. Hell yeah. Diphalus Spartus, thank you very much for the subscription. And also, Crystal Hazer, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Welcome back. You Americans don't know the power of calling someone a wanker? Hey, let's go, Gamer G. 20 people signed up to caucus for DSA candidates. Let's go. Lady Raincloud does so much. I don't know how she does it. It's really inspiring, isn't it? Can I call in to say some stuff? It's hope for like protesting and stuff. No, we have a lot of stuff we need to talk about. Lady Raincloud wanted to call in, and we figured that out beforehand. But maybe this coming week I'll set aside a night where we can do a call-in stream. I've been wanting to do it for a while. It's just like the deluge of shit on a daily basis has been overwhelming. To like, I feel like I am close to being burnt out, and it's really difficult to just like stay on top of everything. Yeah. I mean, it's not even 5 new segments worth of news every day. It's like there are literally a couple hundred new segments worth of news every day, and I don't have time to get to like, you know, even a small handful of them. The zone is being well and truly flooded with shit, as the Bannon saying goes. It's just a lot. I've been taking breaks from politics to watch some mindless internet drama. Yeah, I've been trying, but like between having to maintain my ability to function as a biological organism and like IRL responsibilities and like doing this show and like editing and getting it all up together, like it's I fell asleep earlier today for like I ran errands and I came home and I crashed on my bed, just face planted, and fell asleep for like 2 hours. And I've been feeling so guilty about it because I had so much more I wanted to get done today. It's partly why I'm like I was like an hour late to start stream, you know, and I feel guilty about that. It's hard. That being said, let's get to work, folks. We got a lot of stuff to do. We got to keep going. I had today off and wasted it sleeping all day. Well, that's not really a waste. That's probably your body telling you needed that rest. Have you seen Trump is putting pressure on Australia to remove our PBS? I hope you're telling him to fuck off. Been working night shifts since this started. Have been fun having all the news happen while I've been asleep or watching Babylon 5. Nice. Anyway, folks, we are about an hour into stream. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube. Like the goddamn YouTube stream. And please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because this show is only possible thanks to viewers like you. I literally could not make it work without your direct support in those manners. It's not like the ad revenue does not pay the bills. I dropped my 75 postcards for Florida and my Doge Privacy Act request at the post office, then Netflix and chilled with my lizard all day. Hell yeah! But like that's some rest well earned. You got some good stuff doing. Good. You got some good doing stuff in. There we go. Here we are telling him to fuck off.
Prime Minister. What will you do if Trump threatens tariffs over pharmaceutical exports because of the PBS?
We'll stand our ground. This is not for sale and is not up for negotiation. This is a part of the free trade agreement because Labor insisted as a condition of our support for the free trade agreement. So the pharmaceutical benefit scheme is a part of who we are as Australians, and we will always stand up for it. It's not up for negotiation.
Prime Minister, the PBS is actually not it is a scheme of negotiation whereby the Australian government buys medicines from the US. The free trade agreement has nothing to do with medicines listed on the PBS. Are you not starting a PBS scare campaign? And how are you going to protect Australians from higher price for medicines when we negotiate the price through the PBS?
Well, I didn't write the article on the front page of the paper, with respect.
I think it came from my article, actually.
Well, you wrote the article, so you're running the scare campaign, apparently.
I did not write that one. I wrote one in that they took it from. But the PBS isn't a scheme
the
of negotiation.
PBS, we will defend the PBS, and we won't be negotiating over the PBS.
But you do negotiate
We
over
will not.
medicines on the PBS.
Could I get to answer? We will defend the PBS. We will not be negotiating over whether we have the right here to put pharmaceuticals onto the PBS. That is what we will do.
Just back to US tariffs, do you think that there is any room to get an exemption if they were imposed?
Look, we'll continue to put Australia's case. Tariffs are an act of economic self-harm. They increase the price at the point in which sale or purchase of Australian goods occurs. And that is our position. We've put it forward very strongly. The United States enjoys a 2-to-1 surplus. That is, they sell twice as many goods in value to Australia as we sell to the United States. Therefore, the imposition of tariffs is certainly not in the interests of the United States, and obviously it's not in the interests of Australians either.
Good on you. Like, I don't know. It is. I am hoping that Donald Trump's actions affect the world like it's affecting Canada. Insofar as it seems to be radicalizing people against far-right politics. And that's good.
34,000 showed up in Denver today at the Bernie rally.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. And love to see the turnout for these Bernie rallies. It's doing my heart some good. One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Bad news, I RSVP'd too late. Never got the email telling me the location of the town hall, so couldn't go. Well, that's too bad. You'll get them next time, though. There will be other town halls. Did I hear 24,000? No, you heard 34,000. Also, Rundo, it's you get stream when you get stream. I can't do shit. Please don't complain about how late it is. I do my best. You guys literally get like anywhere from 5 to 8 hours of content out of me per day. Like, please cut me some slack. Let's see. I'm so glad it's making people hate America more. Yeah, it's good. We've got an election in the next 2 months. Yeah, does it seem I don't know much about Australian politics. Does it seem to be kind of moving the needle against like far-right politicians in Australia? Hey, a non-YouTube user. Yes, we have talked about Tim Walz's town halls. Tim Walz town halls. Doing good. I appreciate you. Thank you. Nope, our far-right ghoul is polling disgustingly well. Damn it. Donald Trump, guys, Guys, new PSYOP opportunity. Get Donald Trump to start shit-talking Australia. Get Donald Trump to start shit-talking Australia in order to polarize them against the far right in Australia. Okay? Get out there. Go, go, go. Does he even know what Australia is? He probably thinks it's upside down America. Did you see Tim Walz on Gavin Newsom's podcast and how he basically called him out for having Nazis on his podcast? I did not, but if I gotta level with you. I don't think I can watch any more full episodes of that Gavin Newsom podcast because it disgusts me on like a primal level. But if you can find me like a clip of that, I'll react to it on stream. Upside down, which is why it's pronounced wrong. It's painful to watch Newsom. It would be less painful to watch Newsom though if watching him was watching Tim Walz shit on him, you know? God.
All we need to do is put it into Trump's head that Crocodile Dundee called him a asterisk, 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 and our work will be done.
Indeed, indeed. Like, why? Go home, old man. Get the fuck out. We aren't gonna fundraise for you, bitch. We don't want your fucking help rebuilding. Like, no. You literally had your turn already. God damn it. Former President Joe Biden has told some Democratic leaders he'll raise funds, campaign, and do anything else necessary for Democrats to recover lost ground. There is literally nothing he could do that would be useful in like a political sense. Like, honestly, I would begrudge him less if he just did Netflix specials for like the rest of his life, you know? Like, man, like seriously, go fuck off with Obama and do like a buddy trip documentary series where you just like drive across the country. Like, do that. Do that. Like, people would watch it and, you know, you'd make money and you can literally just chill, okay? You can literally Netflix and chill. That's where you are in life, old man. But like, I don't want you to do shit in politics, man. You had your shot.
Read the polls, Jack.
Biden privately met last month with the new Democratic National Committee Chairman Ken Martin and offered to help as the party struggles to regain its viability amid polling that shows its popularity has been sinking. So far, Biden's overture seems to have fallen flat. Well, that's good. You know, like, I'm a bit hesitant on this whole Ken Martin thing, especially because he's done nothing so far. But you know, politely rejecting Joe Biden's offer is maybe one of the most positive signs so far. That's good. God. Can't he just go spend time with his family? One would think, but no. That's what I would do if I was on death's doorstep. Oh, did you see that? I have not seen that Will Ferrell documentary series. No, I have not seen that. I've seen the trailer. It looked good. But guys, I don't have like a ton of time to like watch movies or TV or much of anything. I have to actually like make time in my schedule for that. Paladin!
Dr. Jill Biden here. Don't you dare wish that evil on me, Riverboat Jack. Ever since he got out of office and into Cialis, I couldn't wait for him to get back into politics. No Netflix and chill.
I'm so sorry, Dr. Jill Biden. Thank you for the $5 dono. I very much appreciate it. I'd honestly rather Harris try again than the corpse that is Biden. I mean, I guess if I had to choose between Kamala Harris running again or Biden running again, I would just choose a bullet. But you know, like I you know, like that's that's where we're at. That's where I'm at right now. I would just choose to end myself, to cease. I'm staying in the race. Wasn't Ken Martin the wank who came up with the strategy for Dems to play dead? No. I would choose the curb for I shall eat. At the very least, if we choose the curb, we'll be eating good. God. All right. Folks, there's a man, or should I say a myth, or should I say a legend, and his name is Luigi Mangione. And this guy, you know, he's just a lad who ain't done nothing wrong. Okay? He hasn't done nothing. He hasn't been convicted in a court of law. Innocent until proven guilty, am I right? We believe in our system of government and our laws, do we not?
The Democratic Party feels like watching the kids on Legends of the Hidden Temple try and solve the Shrine of the Silver Monkey.
Saki Tanuki, I can't just start a new segment and you drop that on me like that. I can't like start a segment and then you just come do a comedy drive-by like that. Combining two of my favorite things, political analysis and Legends of the Hidden Temple. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But anyway, there have been a number of goof-em-ups with this Luigi Mangione case that are bizarre, frankly. Like, the level of mishandling of this by the cops and by the authorities is genuinely kind of baffling. Because there has been like some arguments from his legal defense that like the cops violated his rights by giving information to an HBO documentary series that is already filming about him. And that was already like part of his backstory that potentially that could ruin the case. But we have a new thing that is just another level of like cartoonish buffoonery by the cops and the officials who are trying to move forward with this case. And like this one could actually come back to bite them. Yeah, we are heading rapidly towards an oops all mistrials for Luigi Mangione. Because this is a news story that came out yesterday. Luigi Mangione's lawyers say police used snacks to obtain DNA. So, so they gave him snacks at the police station, and he ate them. You know, they're legally obliged to feed him while he's in custody. And then they use the discarded wrappers and like bits of food to get his DNA. Now, if you're thinking, well, that sounds like it'd be a fine thing to do in a procedural cop drama, you're wrong. Because that's actually what is called as, that's actually like a violation of his civil rights. The civil right, in particular, against unreasonable search and seizure. And I don't know what snacks they fed him. I am very curious, but right now, all the evidence indicates that the snack he was fed was fruit of the poisonous tree. And that is a joke for all of my law heads out there. Anyway, yeah, the court filings state all DNA samples, profiles, etc. were poisonous fruits obtained in violation of the protections afforded the defendant by the constitutions of both the United States and this Commonwealth. And, yeah. So, I don't know. Like, there's an actual chance that he could get off on this case. Which is insane. But, like, yeah. Also, so this is from the Newsweek article on this. His legal team claim in their court filing that Mangione's Fourth Amendment rights, Fourth Amendment protections from unlawful search and seizure were violated several times by the APD. The filings claim the police did not have a warrant to search Mangione's backpack, that APD arrested him with no paperwork, photograph, warrant, communication, or other information in its possession corroborating the speculation that defendant was in fact the person being sought in New York. They also argue that Mangione's 14th Amendment right to not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process were violated when he was arrested without reasonable suspicion to support an investigatory detention at the moment of detention, and when his backpack was allegedly searched without a warrant. Their DNA case hangs on the claim that while illegally seized, arrested, and detained, the defendant was provided food and soda at the Altoona Police Department station. The purposes for the same was to obtain DNA from the defendant for further investigative purposes. And, Fox News previously reported that Mangione was given a slice of pizza by the APD after his arrest. So basically, just a cascade of kerfuffles that could actually lead to him getting a mistrial. Pizza betrayed him. They fucked up so bad my boy might go free. Like, they fucked up so bad, like, part of me is wondering, did he seduce one of the cops? Did he have a gay little love affair with, like, one of the cops? And, like, my boy's got a friend on the inside that's just, like, just systematically destroying the case against him. God. If Luigi goes free, he can run for Senate. The funniest possible outcome. He would literally win, too. Oh my God. There's a deep irony in a guy named Luigi getting released due to Italian food. Oh, God. Yeah, to be fair, that would be something that would happen in a cop drama, Pluvius, exactly. Every time I watch one, I just kind of go, that's illegal, that's hella illegal. Yeah. We live in maybe the funniest possible times. Philadelphia-based criminal defense attorney Matthew Mangino, last name may be similar, but no relation, told Fox News Digital, quote, "It's my understanding that they're saying there was no probable cause at the time of his arrest and detention. Police came and they had reasonable suspicion to ask him questions and pat him down based on the fact someone had called them, and he matched the description of the suspect." I don't know about that one. God. Fucking funny. So who knows what's going to happen with that one, but if he gets out, we have a new U.S. senator. Which state would Luigi run in? He could primary Schumer or Fetterman. Man, I think AOC is going to take out Schumer. I hope he takes out Fetterman. Not like that. Not like that politically. Politically. Anyway, that's it. Just a weird little thing happening there. God. Take him out on a date? Yeah, maybe. Look, I don't know what Luigi Mangione's sexuality is, but if he's bisexual, maybe he can fix John Fetterman. You know, maybe he can fix him. You know, like, I don't know. Clearly, there's something missing in Fetterman's life. Maybe it's an Italian twink. Who knows? Or would Luigi Mangione be a twunk? Like a twink hunk? Who can say? These are the questions that keep us up at night in political land. Twunk, is that a thing? I wish I was bi. There are so many men I could fix. You know, Brutus Magnuson could always give it your best shot. Being bisexual is great. Is a twunk like a franc? No, a twunk is a twink hunk. A hunky twink.
You know, we're just an old Greg away from having a Mangini, a Mangino, and a Mangina. Every drink Bailey's from a shoe.
The second I saw old Greg, I knew there was going to be a Mangina in there somewhere. Thank you for the $5 dono, Paladin. It's a muscular twink. Yeah, a hunky twink. A beefy boy twink. Yeah. I get to be even more of a slut. It's true. There we go. Oh, God. Oh, prosthetic PJ. I'm not actually endorsing Luigi Mangione for Senate. I just think the idea is incredibly funny. Because last I checked, comedy is still legal in this country. Hey, Alan Showerman, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Let's see. Okay, we need to talk about booty. We need to talk about booty because this is one of the weirdest stories I have encountered in quite some time. You might think we peaked with Luigi Mangione maybe getting off because he ate a slice of pizza. Phrasing. But actually the weirdest story you guys have heard about is this one. So there's a guy folks, there's a guy named Robert Ehrlich. Now, something you need to know about Robert Ehrlich is that, well, he's a bit of a wild card. He's, a bit of a freewheeling kind of guy. He's the kind of guy who might sail the seven seas in his mind palace and decide that he's going to create a snack of some kind that just tastes so good that he wants to call it his white gold. And in fact, that white gold will in fact be his pirate booty, or rather pirates booty. And, well, dude is a little bit of a wild guy, because he wanted to run for mayor of his local town. Okay? He wanted to unseat the incumbent mayor. And he's going full on conspiracy nut job, like January 6th, full on, but like by himself in this small town. It's, almost like he's, I don't know, conducting some kind of pirate raid on the government of this small town named Seacliff. And oh my God, let's just jump ahead here. Villafane, the incumbent mayor, had been running unopposed for her third 2-year term when Ehrlich jumped into the fray a week ago Monday. That's when Ehrlich went to Village Hall and presented a statement falsely asserting his authority as mayor, demanding access to office space, and declaring that the entire village staff was fired effective immediately, but could reapply for their jobs, the village said in a statement. While village staff remained calm and professional throughout the incident, Ehrlich and his associates raised their voices, used profane language, made outlandish claims, and engaged in direct harassment of village personnel. The statement said, despite multiple requests to leave, they refused, creating a hostile, disruptive environment that required police intervention. The brazen assertion stunned village officials who said they'd never seen or heard from Ehrlich before in any civic context. So, like, dude literally tried to raid the village town center and claim it was his and fire everyone spur of the moment. He's really living out the ethos of pirate's booty right there. Incredible stuff. Here's a quote from village administrator Bruce Kennedy. To the best of my knowledge, he has never participated in any government entity, in any volunteer agency, any board or commission. Ehrlich rejected the election results, saying they were rigged and counted in secret. He's never engaged in any of the forums. He's never engaged in any of the local politics, never engaged in a single goddamn thing in this. But, like, it's not even Trump.exe. This is like if Stone Cold Steve Austin ran, like just jumped in on, like, inauguration day, was like, I actually won the election, fire everyone in the government, I'm the president now. Yeah, he's just a dude asserting he's the mayor of this town now. So among Ehrlich's claims are that he said poll workers weren't properly checking rolls and that he'd know, claiming his supporters made repeated visits to the voting booth. So one of my supporters voted 3 times. Which, by the way, would be a crime. That's a crime. You're saying that you helped perpetrate a crime there, bud. It's not the dunk you think it is. Actually, um, how is this real? How is this real? Another one voted 4 times, and they didn't even realize that he was coming in that many times. I don't want to dissolve the village. I want to consolidate the village, said Ehrlich, who calls himself the duly elected mayor of the incorporated village of Sea Cliff residents. We have like a Pope anti-Pope situation happening right now in the Sea Cliff village, and it's honestly incredible. He's doing an I'm the captain now. Exactly. You got it, Brianna Arabia. Consolidation means that one entity, the ruling entity, the residents, who are the boss of the other entity, could then absorb that entity into this entity, making everything run the way it is now, except without the abuse and fear and threats that come to this village. Guys, are you guys ready to hear? Are you guys ready to hear his list of grievances with the village government? Are you guys ready to hear what he objects to in the town? Sorry, village. They really could not care less and do not want businesses to thrive. The place needs foot traffic. It needs people from the outside coming into Seacliff from other North Shore Long Island communities, such as Roslyn from Great Neck. Ehrlich said he's collected 1,900 votes at his coffee shop for the past 4 years. He's been getting people to sign a piece of paper for 4 years in his local coffee shop in a small town in New York State. And his argument is that we have 1,900 votes since our election, he said. The longest election in history was from 1268 to 1271, when they couldn't find a pope. So actually, I have the longest election in history. And in case you guys thought I was just pulling the Pope anti-Pope thing out of my ass, he's literally basing his election on the Catholic fucking Church. That's a real thing he's trying to do. That's real. Oh, God. So, NBC News then observes here, in theory, Ehrlich or anyone else could submit a petition with 10% of the village's registered voters asking for Seacliff to be dissolved. Once such signatures were verified, a village-wide vote would be held to ask whether Seacliff should be eliminated and then folded into the town of Oyster Bay. When he invaded the village center, he had a FedEx envelope that was sealed, saying that it had all the signatures in it. And when he was asked, do you want to submit that to start the process of dismantling the town? He said no! Oh, God. Dude started his like puffed corn snack company in the 1980s and sold it in 2013 for $195 million. So he has a lot of money, and I think it just broke his brain. Asked whether he might take another shot at running for mayor in 2 years using more conventional methods that could land him on the ballot, he said, "No, I'm the mayor now. Why do I have to wait 2 years? I am mayor at this moment. I can write an executive order." So remember at the beginning of this when you guys said, "I'm the captain now"? He's literally doing that. He's literally doing that. Yes, this is the guy who invented Pirates Booty popcorn, puffed corn snacks. He's literally doing the goddamn meme. Long Island sucks. It sucks so much. But this is easily one of the funniest things to ever happen there. Oh my god. I just, you know, I do think that excess wealth, to the degree that so many people have been able to do it in this country, is destructive. Also, I believe this is a picture of him. 1 second. Yeah. Guys, this is maybe one of the best pictures you will see today. So this is Robert right here up in the front. I have no idea who that person in the background is, but like, he looks like he's having literally the best time of his life. I don't know what's going on, why he's given such a big smile, but like, I'm happy he's happy, you know? He's successfully been swabbing the deck. He's the second in command of the pirate vessel. He's just happy to be included. Oh fuck. He's the first mate, yeah. Man. I have there's nothing I can say to like wrap up this segment. But like, I do feel like we are just under this like miasma of wackiness, you know, just wacky shit be happening left and right. And like, I don't know what to do with that sometimes. And this is one of those times. I don't know what to do with this. There's no real systemic analysis here outside of saying like Donald Trump has maybe spawned a slew of tiny would-be Trumps who just completely lack the overwhelming wealth and charisma, and are just straight up crazy. But like, and wealth destroys your brain, but like, that's about it. That's about it. Anyway, if your wealth is starting to make you go crazy, please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats over on riverboat.gg, YouTube, Twitch, etc. Because, hey, I can't make this show happen without you guys. And I'm happy to help try and cure your brain sickness before you go completely crazy and try to take over a small village in your state. Nice segue. Thank you. Now, excuse me while I go hide my pirate's booty. Do it. Drop your $168 million fortune in Dono. That would be fucking hilarious. Fuck. Man, our country is cooked, man. Whew. Too late, I'm taking over the town library and renaming it after myself. I'm the librarian now. God. Get involved in local politics. Don't do piracy. Well, which is
Too much dollars and too much sense make Amy something something.
Amy, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I really fucking appreciate it.
How can we all have died at the same time?
God, Jordan L. I don't know. Does the being a mayor come with the steady paycheck? God, like, how do I top that, guys? Like, how do I possibly top that segment? That's like one of the craziest things we've ever covered on this show. I don't know, Jack. What if we give you the brain sickness with our monies? Then I'll put together a mutual fund that will support all of us with mutual aid payouts in the times ahead. God. Also, I'll be able to have a lawyer on retainer. That'd be cool. I feel like as a socialist trans lady on the internet, getting a level of wealth where I could have a lawyer on retainer full time would be real fucking nice. God. Also, folks, just want to share a little win with you guys today. So this shirt that I'm wearing is Liliana from Dragon Age Inquisition. And it's a shirt I bought 11 years ago prior to officially transitioning. And I finally today felt confident enough to wear it. That's my win for the day. I have never worn it in public because I was always like, oh, it doesn't fit me well enough. And then today I just said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to wear this shirt. Those Dragon Age tarot cards were so dope. They really were. I actually have the Cassandra tarot card in a frame on my wall over there. It's one of my precious possessions. It's me, Airbnb Portion.
For the Dragon Horde.
Thank you for the $50 dono. Let's go. Let's go.
Dear neighbor, Tom Flynn, venture capitalist, genius, sex machine. Using the rules of maritime conquest, I declare the cul-de-sac an independent nation, called Finland, and I am now your king.
Is this part of
news.
the Riverboat
Mom,
universe?
Former centrist, has been radicalized and now absolutely loves Bernie.
Oh, hell yeah, Uller Soth. Let's go. Yeah, my mom, I've talked about this on stream, but my mom, who was like supportive of like Hillary Clinton and couldn't understand why anyone would dislike her, has like come around and been like, yeah, they aren't doing anything. We need like a actual lefty change. And I was like, hell yeah, we do, my mom. At 74 years old. How old is the Dragon Age franchise? I think it came out in 2007, 2009. The first one. You did tell me that you loved my fit earlier. Also, Tom Flynn, I wish you the best of luck in Flynnland. Thank you for the $5 dono and the unending truce between the Riverboat crew and Flynnland. And what's that, everyone? Do I hear a haunting?
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the dono ghost.
Jazz Dog! I'm sorry, Jordanelle. What?
King Flynn here. As part of my commitment to make America Flynn again, I began bilateral talks with the U.S., but was rejected. As such, I declared war, and you are all conscripted. War is tomorrow.
Reporting for duty. Yo, Stolas, congrats on FFS! Make America Flynn again. Dono ghost, not taking my bones. Thank you, Crystal Hazer. The Dono Ghost isn't gonna take my bones! Oh yeah, Jazz Dog, I never stopped. I never stopped playing your music. We just like diversified a little bit, but like we've been playing your music on stream. You just haven't been around to hear it on the times we've been playing it lately. I was literally like playing it like a week or so ago and was just like, where's Jazz Dog been? Hope they're doing all right. Just saying I'm thankful. And you know what? I'm just saying I'm thankful because you're a cool chatter and I like your music a lot. And I know everyone else in this chat loves your music a lot too. Now, folks, I know you thought we were done with the Pirates Booty founder trying to take over a town drama, and yet there's really no way of putting this into words, so I'm about to play for you guys a clip of this man outside of his coffee shop. And if you had to guess what kind of coffee shop a guy who named his brand Pirates Booty in the 1980s and made $100+ million off of the sale of said company, what kind of coffee shop he would make, you're wrong. Anyway, here's a clip of him doing his campaign / coup, I guess.
Hi, I'm Rob. I'm a lifelong resident of Seacliff. I sail here. I've sailed around the world. Seacliff is the best place to raise a family, to have fun and experiences, and hopefully to eat food outside. All I'm trying to do is create a new place for everyone to enjoy and collaborate in some place that is just so idyllic. We need to get back to the basics. We need common sense. We need something that can actually make everybody feel whole again with everything that's happening in the world. This is our bubble. This is our place, Seacliff. Please, I'm Rob. Come meet me. Come have coffee. I want to be there for you and your family and be part of everything we're doing. Thank you.
Yeah, that's vegan Rob right there. Let's just take a look at some of the reporting here from New York Post. Voters threw him overboard, but he's still making waves. Jesus Christ. Robert Ehrlich, the self-described captain of booty. Well, I do have to look. I have to click that link now. Okay, I wanted it to be to a thing where he said that directly. Today I was shocked to see the entire village of Seacliff turn into Anne Frank, and the election was the SS looking at the books. His message read, I really want to read that whole thing. Ehrlich has a history of accusing the Nassau County village of anti-Semitism. During a 2004 zoning dispute, he accused Seacliff officials of discriminating against him and his business because he's Jewish. Losing this case and having to pay back $900,000 to the village. Now he references the Nassau County Police Department raiding his coffee shop and threatening to arrest him after holding his own vote on Tuesday, where Ehrlich claims to have captured nearly 1,000 votes on homemade ballots, still less than his opponent. They tried to give me a number that was so low that I couldn't even say I had 10% to challenge, he told the Post after the results were released. Ehrlich declared himself the winner just 30 minutes after the polls opened Tuesday. Not after the polls closed. Not after the polls closed. 30 minutes after they opened. While the voting was still happening. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Incredible. On the day he stormed the village hall last week, Ehrlich claimed he had 1,800 signatures, but he refused to publicize them, claiming he was protecting the signers, afraid of retribution from the 5,000-person town. What if they see my name and I'm blacklisted from ever getting another permit again? An anonymous Ehrlich voter told the Post on election day. He said he's going to start publishing executive orders in the coming weeks, including permits for septic systems, outdoor seating, and more. What the fuck? I got nothing. I'm still coming back to the fact that he compared his campaign to Anne Frank in The Village as the SS. Just my God. 4 seasons total landscaping suddenly feels like competition, right? This man is insane. He really is, but in like a unique way, where like I've never seen anything like it. So I guess I'm a bit tickled. Oh God. Oh right, need to smoke more weed now because that was one of the sentences of all time. Yeah, is this just a town? Is there just like a magical town in Nassau County in like New York where like whack jobs are created, like churned out in some kind of lab? I wonder if this is why my local health food store hasn't had vegan Robs on the shelves for a while. Wait, is vegan Robs like a brand beyond just like that one cafe? Well, you know, I think the thing that makes it delightfully stupid is that so far it hasn't really harmed anyone outside of like inconveniencing people and making people like upset a bit. And that's what makes it fun. Like if this guy winds up hurting someone, it's not going to be funny anymore. But like it's kind of funny right now, right? There's a Jack. There's a fascist Hindu priest named Nithyananda who wants to start his own Brahmin cult empire called Kailasa. They even sent a rep to the UN a couple years ago. Literal Rajneesh shit. Like, my God, what the fuck? Where are all, you know, fascism literally rots the brain, you know? Literally rots the brain. Oh no, the Dragon Puffs! I've had these! These are actually fucking great! This makes me so sad. It makes me so sad that like these things are great and I can't eat them anymore because the money will go to empower a madman. Damn it. God. I live in a small town in central New York. The few times we made the national news were not good. I bet not. Whoo! God damn. Funny stuff. Funny joke. Oof. Didn't he sell the pirate's booty? He wouldn't get royalties from that, would he? I have no
Step 1.
idea.
Develop a tasty line of snacks called River Booty Jacks and sell for millions. Step 2. Take over a small Minnesota lake town. Step 3. Step 4. Profit.
The issue there is I feel like I would just be Ben from... I would just become Ben from Parks and Rec. I would be chased out in disgrace. Step 3, acquire actual riverboat. Step 4, profit. There you go. God.
Go woke, go broke, 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 Go woke, go broke. Go woke, go broke.
Nailed it. Oh my god. Also, Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. There's always money in the banana stand, Michael. Go whoa, go bro. All right. Well, that was certainly a post. Now, folks, I don't know. Well, folks, I don't know if you've heard of this little thing called, I don't know, irony. I don't think the president or anyone working in the White House has heard of it, though. And I don't know, like, I feel like in our particular time, the White House issuing a statement commemorating the 250th anniversary of Patrick Henry's "Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death" speech might be a bit on the nose. Like that seems like it might be something like a bit too on the nose for our like political time that we're in right now. And yet And yet, in the wake of escalating tensions between the Patriots and the Redcoats, Henry delivered this stirring address before the more than 100 delegates, including George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and many of the statesmen who would go on to sign the Declaration of Independence. Following the bloody Boston Massacre and the British Parliament's authoritarian imposition of the Intolerable Acts, which, you know, like, I don't know. I don't think this administration wants to start talking about authoritarianism and bring more attention to the idea of authoritarianism. I don't think they want that, actually. I don't think they want to remind people of what happened in the American Revolution. Probably would not be useful to their narrative. With British tyranny on the rise and American confidence in retreat, the Second Virginia Convention assembled. Again, tyranny on the rise, you say. American confidence in retreat, you say. Methinks there might be some historical parallels to where we're at right now. Lol, my rep started to talk about the Intolerable Acts in his town hall. Did your representative not just die of shame live on stage? Oh, okay.
I have
based in it was based.
The stars
Good.
are aligning.
Thank you for the $5 super chat, One-Eyed Heathen. Comes off as gloating, honestly. I don't know. I think anything that is done to draw attention to anti-authoritarian action is probably not in their best interest and only benefits us. If they want to make mistakes like that, go for it. At a moment when America's fate hung in the balance, Henry's words sparked daring action in the souls of patriots, fortified the cause of freedom, and set America on the path to ultimate triumph over the forces of tyranny and oppression. Like, you guys realize that this is an official statement from the White House. The same White House that, like, a couple weeks ago published a picture of Donald Trump as a king. Like, I don't know. A house divided against itself cannot stand, folks. Today we invoke his courage, we honor his legacy, and we fiercely summon the spirit of 1776. My God, I thought this was supposed to be a Christian nation. What are you doing summoning spirits? To build a future that we will be proud to impart on our children. Like Patrick Henry and the giants of American liberty who came before us, now is our time to ring that great bell of American freedom and propel our nation into a new and radiant golden age. And you know, like literally, if this was not coming from anywhere, if this is coming from anywhere other than Donald Trump, I would assume this was a call to action against Donald Trump, against the Trump administration. However, that paragraph is immediately followed by, now therefore I, Donald Trump, President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim March 23rd, 2025 as a day of celebration of the 250th anniversary of Patrick Henry's speech to the Second Virginia Convention. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hands this 20th day of March in the year of our Lord, 2025, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 249th, Donald J. Trump. Like, if, I don't know, like this... Again, I'm kind of left with like the juxtaposition hurts my brain. I'm just kind of in mental agony and I have nothing useful or valuable to say about this, but like, seems like a misstep for an authoritarian to advocate against itself, and I'm here for it. Continue to weaken yourself, please. I would love a softer adversary.
Remember, we not gonna fight tyranny. We're gonna KCK. It's a S Duke Nukem theme plays, cool face emoji.
Hell yeah, Brutus Magnuson. We're gonna rip and tear until it is done. You know, we beat the red coats, we can certainly fucking beat the red hats. You know what I mean? Goddamn red caps invading our country. I know rip and tear is Doom. I know. I was making a Doom reference. For whatever reason, Duke Nukem and Doom, like, occupy the same spot in my brain. Doom Nukem, there we go. Also, folks, just a good thing. Just a good thing here, okay? You guys ready for some, like, good news for a change? You guys ready for some good news? Also, before we get to it, though, hey! Hello! We've been going for over 2 hours, folks. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button on Twitch. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube. Like the goddamn YouTube stream. And please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. Make your little jokey jokes with the text-to-speech that make me giggle and guffaw and sometimes reward you with an ever-precious snort. Okay? My name is Dick Kickham, and it's time to chew ass and shoot bubblegum. God. Hail to the king, baby. It's a trick. Getting ass. It's a trick. Getting ass. Oh, God. Chat, we're way behind. Yeah. Wait, are we behind on likes? I haven't looked at them. Wait a minute. Do I have to admonish you? Do I have to sing the Cure hymn? Oh my God. Chat, what are you doing to me? Chat, we have like almost 300 people watching and only 115 likes. Those are rookie numbers. Those are goddamn rookie numbers. You gotta pump those up. You gotta have at least 150. What are you guys doing? Lollygagging, sitting on laurels, I tell you. Patrick Lucas, thank you for gifting a membership over on YouTube. Thank you for doing your part to support the stream. I really fucking appreciate it. Sorry, boss. Bios. It's okay, Jazz Dog. I forgive you. Go in peace. I love your snorts. It's so real. I just lean into it. You know, oddly enough, I did not snort laugh until after I started HRT. No idea why, but after I started HRT, I started snorting more, like after like a year or two on HRT. I don't know why that happened, but it's cute as fuck. Maybe you felt more comfortable? Maybe. Could be. Solidarity is a fellow laugh snorter. Oh, God. Whew. All right. Snorting more? Not like that. Not like that. All right. Also, earlier someone asked me if I've shadowed the Colossus art on my as my desktop, and I do. I also have it right there. And I have some transistor art, and you can't see it, but I also have some Ico art on my wall behind me. The feminine urge to snort. Indeed. The snort laugh was just a result of your true happiness being unlocked. That could actually be true. There's probably something to that, you know? All right, guys. You ready for some good news? Let's go into some good news, huh? So, folks, it turns out good things can still happen. And when I say that, I mean, like, the pressure is getting to the Trump administration. And we are getting indications that organizing, amping up pressure on both Republicans and Democrats is beginning to yield some results. These people are not immune from our pressure. It might seem like it at times, but they're not immune. A really good example was posted here in an article titled Pentagon in 60 Seconds over on status.news. And it's a story about the Pentagon spokesperson, John Ulyat, basically having to step aside due to the fact that he was one of the guys pushing and coordinating the takedown of various DEI parts of the Pentagon's operations. And notably, one of the biggest parts that he pushed on and defended taking down was a lot of the pieces on Jackie Robinson in the Defense Department. And Jackie Robinson, famous for being, the African-American baseball player who integrated baseball He also was prolific in the military, has a long and distinguished career, very important. And John Uliat essentially created a huge firestorm by defending the takedown of, I mean, frankly, of a really key component of American history. It's actually kind of bizarre because, again, when you look at this story and you, if you see most of the coverage of the like Jackie Robinson information being taken down off of the Defense Department websites, not a lot of news focused on that. It was not a big story, and the reason it became an issue is largely because people on social media, people on the ground were pissed, like really spitting mad. And in a lot of ways, it parallels what is happening in this country, where like media is being complicit with the Trump administration or sane washing the Trump administration at many, many, many of its turns. And in that regard, media was largely complicit and silent about Jackie Robinson being removed. And if no one had said anything, it would have just gone unnoticed. And yet, people noticed, and people got furious. And so John Uliat had to be shuffled around. He had to be moved to a less public-facing role. Because, guys, you want to know a secret? There aren't enough of their fascist ghouls in this administration for them to, like, fire people carelessly. So what they're doing instead is when someone gets in too much trouble, they just move them around to a different part of the administration. But that tells us a couple of different things, right? One, it tells us that our public pressure is still an incredibly effective tool. And two, they do not have the manpower to actually execute on a lot of their operations. They do not have the manpower to treat their allies, their cronies, as disposable yet. Yes, their numbers are limited. And those are both two really big points in our favor. Okay? And on top of that, folks, another good piece of news from earlier today. Okay? Or rather, earlier yesterday. In the New Republic, ex-Trump official warns CEOs are begging him to stop wrecking the economy. Apparently, a lot of Donald Trump's time these days is getting taken up by CEOs calling him and basically pleading with him to stop being a fucking dumbass and ruining the game. And guys, he's not going to stop doing that. And so this is another incredibly positive indicator. Because when those poor, the poor little rich boy, but it's an important part of this piece, this puzzle, okay? Because he needs the support of capital. He needs capital support, and yet he continues to alienate them. And the more he alienates them, the better it is for us, okay? It is good because a lot of what people are doing, if you watch a lot of these business shows, they are going to be talking about like, oh, everything's mostly fine, haha. But like just under the surface of what they're saying, there's an intense amount of fear. There's the fear and greed index for Wall Street, and it has turned very much into the fear portion of its index. And, well, also, Brutus Magnuson, if the economy is lopsided, it's good for billionaires. That doesn't necessarily mean it's good for millionaires, And there are a lot more millionaires than there are billionaires. And the point I'm trying to make here is that the more he alienates people that he needs to rely on, the better it is for us. The better it is for us to get him
FYI,
out.
John Elliott was fired from the Trump admin in 2019 for quashing a statement from the VA chief diversity officer condemning the events of Charlottesville. John is a legit Nazi. BWA.
Paladin Lost, thank you for the $5 dono and for the succinct history lesson, because yes, John Elliott is indeed a goddamn fascist weasel. And the fact that they can't treat him as disposable this time, I think says a lot. Last time they were able to fire him, but I think this time around, Donald Trump is really hesitant, and the Trump administration in general is really hesitant to fire people who they know will do whatever they're told. Because if they fire him, they might get someone who isn't necessarily going to do what they're told, who might actually have morals that diverge from the Trump administration, who might actually inconveniently at the wrong time say, no, I can't do that. That's it. All of this is a good sign. Okay? Yeah, they don't want to lose the yes men because they need those bodies, you know? Let's see. So one of these former advisors, Anthony Scaramucci, went on record today saying, "Remember, Donald Trump is living alone in the White House. I think it's important for people to understand that there's nobody there to hand check him. There's no family in there." And so he's taking calls over the weekend from various CEOs that I know that are trying to talk him off the ledge of this sort of stuff. Yeah. The stock market will, I mean, you take the market down another 15%, we go into a recession, you'll flip Congress. Even though the Democrats aren't really doing so well from an approval rating right now, said Scaramucci. You knock the economy off the grid, the Democrats will get back in power, and that will liquidate some of President Trump's power. He is doing this thinking that it's going to restore manufacturing, but it's actually going to have the opposite effect, and market participants know this. And like, kinda, yeah. You know? And like, I think, let me put it this way. I think that Democrats are going to turn their party around largely because the grassroots are not just mobilizing against Donald Trump. They're mobilizing against the Democratic leadership as well. And we'll get there. We'll get there. You'll see. You'll all see. But like, this is the economic messaging right now. And I just want you all to understand, and maybe I'm gonna pop this clip into all of the chats after we watch it, so that you can share it with any of your loved ones. But this is Howard Lutnick, who is the chief financial guy for Donald Trump. Okay, doing an interview. And this is maybe one of the most damning things I've seen the administration say about where they're at when it comes to Social Security. And again, this is something that is a colossal vulnerability for them right now. And I think that genuinely the call to action you should have right now, after this stream or as this stream is going on, share this link on your Facebooks, on your with your family members, wherever your family members gather, your group texts, whatever, what have you, because it's that important. And you'll see exactly what I mean right here.
Let's say Social Security didn't send out their checks this month. My mother-in-law, who's 94, she wouldn't call and complain. She just wouldn't. She'd think something got messed up, and she'll get it next month.
Yeah.
A fraudster always makes the loudest noise, screaming, yelling, and complaining. Let's say so.
Guys, in this clip, he lays out exactly how they are going to go about cutting Social Security. They have already cut the phone lines that allow people to call and complain about their Social Security not showing up. You actually can't do that anymore to the Social Security Administration. And what he's saying here is that they're going to structurally fuck up the Social Security Administration so that those checks stop coming. Those checks stop being reliable. And when that happens, people are going to start dying. People are going to start suffering. And people are going to get pissed beyond any measure you have ever seen. And, this guy is sitting there saying, oh, well, you know, the good recipients of Social Security, they don't complain when they don't get their checks that they rely on to live. But anyone who would call into Social Security, they are the ones who are doing all of the fraud, waste, and abuse. Is this segment the Project 2025 vids? I mean, it's the fulfillment of the Project 2025 vids. But this is just this guy sitting down and doing an interview. Okay? So I want you guys to share this clip with everyone you know. And it is from Midas Touch. And I'm not a huge fan of that network, but this clip is necessary viewing for basically anyone. If any single person sees this and is on, like if someone's on the fence, folks, in your life that you know personally, send them this. Send them this. This guy is talking about fucking with your future, with the future of your grandmother, with the lives of any of your disabled friends and family. Wait, did he say that? I'm going to play it again. I think it's important.
Social Security didn't send out their checks this month. My mother-in-law, who's 94, she wouldn't call and complain. She just wouldn't. She'd think something got messed up, and she'll get it next month.
Yeah.
A fraudster always makes the loudest noise, screaming, yelling, and complaining.
So he is saying his 94-year-old grandmother is just very complacent, and if they didn't send a check, she'd be totally fine and wouldn't worry about it and would just get her check next month. But anyone who would complain about missing one of those checks, again, the checks that most people on Social Security rely on to live, well, anyone who would complain about that is a fraudster. That's what this guy is saying. So I am sharing this as a piece of good news because him actually saying this on camera in a place where people could hear him indicates exactly what they're doing. I mean, Pirate Amir, it doesn't make sense unless your goal is to cut Social Security. Because their goal has been to claim that there's tons of waste, fraud, and abuse in Social Security so that they can justify cutting it. Because then they won't be cutting Social Security. They'll just be cutting the fraud out of Social Security. So when you take into account their current strategy for cutting Social Security, it makes this make a lot more sense. Because what he's effectively saying is, well, anyone who is going to call and complain about not getting a check, well, they are actually doing fraud and therefore shouldn't get any checks. That's what he's saying there. That's what he's saying there. It's not him getting it wrong. It's not a simple mistake. It's him laying the groundwork to justify killing our grandparents. That's what he's doing here. It's laying the groundwork to kill our disabled friends and family and community members. And again, I need to really reiterate, they have gutted the capacity of the Social Security Administration's phone lines, specifically so that if the elderly call via the phone, they aren't going to get assistance. So again, share this clip far and wide, because there are fewer things that are bipartisan in this country as support for Social Security. It is quite literally one of the most effective programs ever devised in the United States. And people, whether they are Republicans or Democrats, support Social Security. The only people who want to gut Social Security are billionaires, are people who want to gamble with Social Security money on markets. That's it. That's it. Okay? So share this far and wide, because we need to mobilize ever more people. And this is one of the fulcrums. This is Social Security news is one of the ways we can do that. Super important. And them leaving vulnerabilities like this out in the open is good for us. It is good for mobilizing people. Okay? Yeah, and Jason Kelly, like missing Social Security payments, you're absolutely right. Like, and I'm going to quote you, if my customers don't get their Social Security, they'll start missing loan payments. It'll spread all through the economy. It'll be chaos. Yeah. There's really no other way of cutting it. Like, it would not end with just like grandma being fed into a wood chipper. It would not end with, you know, our disabled friends and family being left to fend for themselves. It would literally affect every one of us. Okay? So that's one of your marching orders for this, folks. Okay? It would be an instant depression. Yeah. Yeah. I'm guessing that what's probably going to happen and what they're probably going to do is send up some trial balloons of like, oh, tee-hee, we shut down the offices for a week, but now we're reopening them, tee-hee, and like trying to mess up the system that sends out those checks regularly in order to like slow down the rate at which people are getting their checks, to mess with that and to make them less dependable, and to then point at that lack of dependability and say, see, that's because we found waste and abuse. Yeah, they want to sow chaos and then use that chaos as an opportunity to do more cuts, essentially. I mean, John Bainbridge, yes. When we look at people losing out on their Social Security checks, one of the things we're losing out on is, I mean, security. Not just like of the social kind, but like of the general security kind. Because like people are going to be looking at death, and they're not going to do it quietly, because it's kind of bullshit that what they're being asked to do.
0.
Fox Girl Zoe, thank you for the $5 dono. I very much appreciate that. Additionally here, of course, this is also affecting Republican districts. You know, we've been watching these Republican town halls. Not all of those angry people are liberals. Not all of those angry people are progressives or socialists or Marxists. Some of them are also Republicans. Here's Congressman Mike Lawler, someone who is literally the most backed by Elon Musk. He got the most Elon Musk money outside of Donald Trump in the last election. And here's what he said, I think yesterday or the day before. The decision to close the only Social Security hearing office in the Hudson Valley is a slap to the face of thousands of my constituents who rely on these services. Concerns about mold don't justify abandoning folks in the lower Hudson Valley. Yeah. This office handles over 2,000 backlogged cases and conducts hundreds of in-person hearings every year. Telling my constituents that they now have to travel hours to Lower Manhattan, New Haven, the Bronx, or Goshen is completely unacceptable. And just gonna throw this out there, Mike. You've been sucking Doge's dick for months now. Like, this is what you knew this was gonna happen, Mike. Every single person every single constituent you have should know that you knew this was coming and you let it happen. Okay? God. And one last thing, folks, and this is just a good thing here. Just a good thing to point out. The Tesla takedown protests are working, folks. This is an article from earlier today. Elon tells Tesla employees not to sell Tesla stock as board and executives dump their stock. Dog. This company might like just straight up not exist if things keep going the way they're going. At an all-hands meeting last night, Elon Musk stood before Tesla employees and told them to hang on to their Tesla stocks as Tesla board members and top executives are dumping their shares amid a 40% crash. Tesla has frequently held all-hands meetings for employees over the years, but last night it was the first time that they were streamed publicly. Which, that's interesting. That's interesting. They wanted as many people as could see it, huh? That's so interesting. God. The suggestion that Tesla employees and the public should hold on to their shares is a bold statement given that Tesla board members and executives have been selling recently. We recently reported that several board members and Tesla's own chief financial officer have been selling millions of Tesla stocks lately. Like, holy moly, guys. Like, not a little bit, a lot. The board chair of Tesla sold $76.9 million worth of shares. The director, $27.6 million. The chief financial officer, $4.5 million. They are abandoning ship. The rats are jumping off. And there is part of me that wonders if Elon is even capable of selling his shares. That's what, just to round this off, I just want to speculate a little bit here, folks. I just want to speculate a little bit here. I think Elon Musk might be fucked. He might be a lot closer to cooked than any of us imagine. You know?
Not gonna lie, the UAW buying all the stock that the Musketeers are dumping and converting the company into a worker co-op would be the greatest bit possible.
That'd be so fucking funny. But some of the scuttlebutt that I've heard about Elon Musk is that dude operates with almost no safety net whatsoever. And a lot of his wealth is tied directly into his companies, Tesla, SpaceX, etc. His wealth is quite literally dependent on these government contracts that he's been getting over the years. But with Tesla, I believe Tesla made up the bulk of his wealth, and he knows that if he sells his shares, the company is going to tank. And I think if that happens, I'm going to take a wild stab and guess that this man has leveraged a lot. Like, he's taken out some gigantic business loans. Now, I don't know this, but from the scuttlebutt I've been hearing, and from the other kind of ways Elon operates, I am willing to bet a not insignificant amount that Elon Musk is probably the world's richest poor man. Like, I think if his wealth veneer gets punctured too much, there's a possibility of triggering kind of a cascade of loans being called. And like, if that happens, like, he's done. Or at the very least, he's done being the power broker that he has been in Washington the last several months. You know? Like, he'll probably still be pretty wealthy if that kind of cascade event happens. But like, he would no longer have kind of this wealth chokehold over Washington. So keep showing up at those Tesla takedown protests, folks. There's a reason why Donald Trump is trying to sell you Tesla cars desperately. There's a reason why, Howard Lutnick is talking about, oh, you need to buy some Tesla stock in his media appearances. There's a reason Elon Musk is showing up at live streamed like board meetings to tell employees, please don't sell. Please don't. People who are in a position of power, genuinely and truly and securely, don't need to do that. They do not need to do that. So, that's my bold prediction. My bold prediction is if these Tesla takedown protests continue to snowball, that could genuinely be the thing that takes Elon Musk out of politics. Would you bet all of your Dogecoin on that? all of my Dogecoin? Maybe I would. Maybe I would. So anyway, folks, that is that's some good news. That's some good news right there. Good stuff happening. Have heart, take courage, and get out there and continue doing good shit. Be loud, be bold, and do not retreat. What conditioner do you use? I use Suave Moroccan oil.
The key here is options. A lot of Elon's net worth is tied to call options. He needs the price to go up over the strike price in order to make money. And he's borrowing money based on that.
Yeah, my hope is that in the next several months here, we can tank Tesla. That's my hope.
I wonder if Trump is going to mandate the purchase of Teslas by all Americans by having the government buy them and then charge them to the taxes to save Elon.
Well, so Saki Tanuki, that actually was a thing they were going to try and do. They were going to try and turn like a $40 million contract between the government and Tesla into a $400 million contract between the government and Tesla to buy Tesla vehicles. And that was discovered, and they had to put the kibosh on that. So they stopped that deal due to people finding out and making a huge stink about it. And that unironically kind of messed with Elon's steez. Paladin, absolutely, you can call and do a quick explainer. And also you can call and do an explainer on the other issue that you wanted to talk about as well. Give me like a few minutes so I can go and use the bathroom, and then I will be ready to go. BRB. Also, like the stream, comment and subscribe, and also drop subs and donos. BRB. And thank you, Sake Tanuki, for your 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate you.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields the bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, "Why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son." "Take the archer now and hang him," Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
They say to themselves in the dark, it's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. With the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a tie.
are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. You are the first audience to hear this song. It's a world premiere. This is the first time we've ever played it together. I'm writing it right now.
I mean, basically.
Recently, I was reminded of this lyric that floats around in several gospel songs, including "Oh Mary, Don't You Weep," which is, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, fire next time. And I was thinking about this summer and our yellow skies, and I thought, fire next time. So this song's called "No More Water." I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
That's like psychological. I'm feeling the smoke. Here we go. Ready? No more water. No more water. No more. Fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me. The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes. And I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more water. No more. Fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrongs. No more water. No more. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water. No more water. No more. Fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared, and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, but fire next time. No more water. No more.
Hello, 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 folks. I'm back, y'all. How we doing? How we doing, folks? Oof. Damn, I see how it is. I see how it is. I leave stream. 40 of you stop watching. I see you. Weak. Churlish. Better than yesterday? Hell yeah. I'm still here? That's because you're strong, Boy Meets Many. Cowards. I stayed. The music was great. Thank you, Embiata. I heard they all heard I was coming on. We were like, fuck that guy. Yeah, Paladin lost. That ne'er-do-well. Paladin lost. Isn't he somehow connected with Grigor Nietrosyan? Indeed. Indeed. Link for fire next time? Yeah, here you go. Burp. When will Paladin ever be found? Paladin lost once gave me a wedgie and pulled my pants down at the same time. Damn, that's rough. Did he hang you up on like a nearby coat hanger afterwards? Oof. Let's see where we're at. Let me just take a look. Do we have... How are we doing on likes? Ooh, we need 27 more likes. And then I will forgive you all for your trespasses. Let's see here. Said something about legal news last night. I did. But then more events transpired, and I genuinely don't know exactly where things stand legally. But we're going to have Paladin Lost call in and talk about a fake CDC site that RFK Jr.'s old anti-vax friends put together, which I don't know anything about, but I figured, hey, maybe we should know about that. Maybe we should know about a fake CDC website, huh? Right, folks? Like, that seems like something we should know about. So, let me hop in and I'll pull Paladin into the room. Also, Ashley J. Curtis, our mod, is just one of the best. I really, really appreciate everything she does. And yeah, good stuff. Let's see. She tells me to rest. There we go. Moving in. Here we go. Hello.
Hi, Jack.
How you doing, Paladin?
I'm doing great. So let's talk a little bit about Elon Musk's compensation and why Tesla losing money is very bad for him.
Yes, please.
So in 2018, there was a giant thing about $56 billion in stock options. And so that was there was a big compensation fight. It came down to the last minute. Some of his biggest holders on the board were not going to support it, and they ended up supporting it.
Hi,
It's
Jeff C.
That compensation package includes $303 million or 303 million stock options divided up over 12 years. So from 2018 to 2030. Each of those stock options have a strike price of $25, meaning the way a stock option works is that there's a strike price. The strike price is the price that is set for you to buy the stock. So if you get stock options, you'll get what's called a grant. The grant will say you're granted an option to buy 100,000 shares at $25. That option will vest 2 years or 3 years or 5 years down the line. That means that it's $25 now, and you can buy them in 2030, right? So you can buy them 5 years from now. That's how the stock options work. So these options have a vest period. In this case, I believe they're 3 years. So some of them have already vested, and some of them haven't. And he hasn't reached some of the goals for some of them. There's about 25 million of the options that he hasn't met the requirements for. Most of them were based around getting the valuation of the stock over $650 billion. Right now, the stock valuation is about $780 billion. So he met those goals. Here's the issues, right? So those stocks, because their strike price is 25 and the current price now is 225, they have equity. That equity is about $67 billion.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. So that equity you can borrow against. You can borrow against stock. You can borrow against the equity within your stock.
Okay.
So your call option, you can borrow against your own equity.
Oh wait. So can you borrow against like your presumed future equity if you met thresholds?
Yes. Once he has the options vested, meaning he can legally buy them as soon as the time requirement is met, then you can borrow against it. Like he can't borrow against the 25 million options that he doesn't technically have yet, but he can borrow against the ones he's met, right?
Okay.
So once he has that, so that equity is the difference between the current price now and the strike price, because the strike price is 25 and the sell price is 225, and nobody in the universe would turn down an offer to loan you money to buy something to sell it immediately back at 12 times its value.
Yeah.
So as long as the actual price is higher than the strike price, he can always exercise the options. Nobody will stop him because no bank in the universe would turn down the simple offer of you hand me money, I turn it into a lot more money, and then I hand you the original money plus some back in approximately 5 minutes. Okay, so, but remember, he has to vest them. And more importantly, in order to not pay standardized taxes, he has to hold them. He has to hold them for at least 2 years past the exercise date. Otherwise, it's called short-term capital gains, and he pays full freight.
Yep.
If he goes to long-term capital gains, he pays somewhere between 0 and 20%. So he wants to keep his costs down. And more importantly, he's borrowing against the equity on these options. But that means that technically, when you borrow against the equity on options, the loaner has an option to that if you get that if the price of the option gets too close to the strike price, I can force you to sell it.
Okay.
So the more leveraged he is, the more likely he is to face a massive blowout. Because let's say that all of his options, the strike price is 25, current price is 225, but the force to call option, the force to sell and meet the requirements is say 100, right?
Yeah.
So now the instant that stock hits 99.99, the banks can basically force him to sell 12% of Tesla's total stock that minute.
Yep.
That's very bad. That means he's gonna lose money quick. Because everyone knows what that point is. So as the stock gets closer and closer and closer to that cliff, they know that there's a distinct possibility that the stock's going to go way over a cliff because that forced 12% sale.
Yeah, and
that's hell bad.
And it seems like, and I'm not entirely sure about the holdings of like the Tesla board, but it seems to me they would not be selling $76 million, $40 million plus of their different stock options if they didn't feel like the trajectory was heading towards that cliff.
Yeah, and so and eventually what's probably going to happen is the board of Tesla are going to force him to basically decide it's us or Doge.
Yeah,
but that's another point down the street. But anyway, also understand that he still owes somewhere between 20 and 30 billion dollars to the Saudi PIF for buying Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
X. And so there's a possibility this could go all real bad. And the other thing is that his biggest holding is he holds about 45% of all the stock in SpaceX.
Yep.
But SpaceX has one client, the US government.
Yep.
So at this point, if you get a nicely vindictive Democrat, that stock isn't worth the paper it's written on.
Yep. He's kind of all in. Like it's kind of all or nothing for him.
Yeah, that's why he's like hold. That whole thing was a show for he's talking about like once we perfect auto driving, we can run the cars without drivers 24/7. So fleets will be 5 times as valuable, which is complete nonsense. He's out there talking about putting 1 million people on Mars in the next 10 years and a bunch of other stuff. I watched that whole thing.
I feel like the credulity of people has reached its limit when it comes to his promises. Like nothing I'm seeing him saying has really seemed to spark any excitement or any actual interest from people. It's a lot of rehashing old ideas that he's had that like people may have been excited about like 12 years ago. They aren't excited about it anymore.
Yeah. Okay. And so yeah, and plus just I think people are so used to Tesla overpromising and underdelivering that just to reference a name that Jack will understand, he's developing Peter Molyneux syndrome.
Is this his cube? Is this his like tap in the cube game?
Yes.
We're in that era of Molyneux right now.
Yeah, we're in the way over. We're in the Fable 2 is going to be the greatest RPG that's ever existed, or Fable 3 is going to be the greatest RPG that's ever existed.
Yeah.
Levels of delusion. Yeah. So eventually, you just reach a point where people are like tired of him. Like the major anti-Musk subreddit is called Enough Musk Spam, and I think people are getting tired of it.
Yeah.
I mean, Twitter is just riddled with Elon Musk, sock puppets. Listening to guys like Mario Nafwal or Doge Designer or what was his fake alter ego? I can't remember that guy's name.
Yeah.
But there's a lot. Like Twitter has an insane amount of pro Elon sock puppetry. And it's just people are like, you can overplay your hand in kind of selling yourself as like a super genius. And I mean, one of the funnier jokes is that people call him the next Edison, and I always think that's kind of accurate because Edison stole most of the stuff he developed. And, SpaceX is functionally like at no point did anyone think, man, Elon Musk was the real brains behind SpaceX.
Yeah.
Or the real brains behind Tesla.
No. He hasn't really done anything.
But yeah, there's a ton of just pro Elon Musk sock puppets accounts on Twitter. So like if you follow any Elon post, it's just a wave just insipid, like, oh my god, Elon, you're so super genius. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's kind of gotten to the point where like people have been recognizing that like, oh, Twitter's not really a real social media space anymore. Like it's just all awful. Like I was seeing some of the discourse on Blue Sky today, and like people were like, "Hey, so I'm moving over to Blue Sky because I ran some analysis on how my content is doing on Twitter versus how it does on Blue Sky, and I found out that it's not even close. My content performs exponentially better on Blue Sky with like 1/100th the number of followers I have on Twitter." And it's simply because the algorithms on Twitter are all designed at this point to like funnel Elon Musk content. Like that's like it. He broke it.
And ultimately, there's been a collective silence around some of the more horrible things about Elon Musk.
Mhm.
Like, for example, the fact that his father groomed his ex-wife's child.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and then the famous Emerald Mine incident where he offered $100,000 if anyone could prove that Errol owned an emerald mine, and Errol tried to claim it.
I didn't know that. I didn't know his dad tried to claim that.
That's like, I got that proof. Yeah, I mean, no, Errol just did an interview the other day where he's like, yeah, Elon and Kimball weren't really into all that political nonsense. We had 3 or 4 black servants around the house, and they were really, and Errol and Kimball were really nice to them.
Yeah, they were all good friends. You know, we paid them.
Yeah.
No, also he claimed there was no crime in South Africa prior to the end of apartheid.
Yeah. This is, there's it's partially because Elon lives and dies by this delusion of being this self-made man. This kind of like, I never had any help. I pulled myself by my bootstraps. I came to America with nothing but the shirt on my back. I'm the quintessential immigrant story. When none of that is even the least bit true.
No.
Yeah, it's comically bad. Okay, and so to switch topics, let's talk about fake CDC.
Let's do it.
I am referencing. I'll throw some links in the chat to the source, but here is the page that. Here's the page. I'm posting the page in the Twitch chat. That is the fake. This is a fake.
Okay, let me throw it up.
And you need to pull it. You need to pull up because it's gonna look. Because what's gonna confuse you is you're gonna go. Why is this not the right place? Right?
Oh boy.
And if you check out that domain, you see chdstaging.org, as in Children's Health Defense.
Oh my god.
If you go all the way down to the bottom where it says parents' testimonies, you can click the link. All those videos are from the Children's Health Defense website because they got banned from Twitter years ago, or banned from YouTube years ago. All the way down the bottom.
Oh
right?
my god.
So this was found by a researcher that looks for they look for phishing websites.
It looks exactly like the CDC website.
You can literally go to the real CDC website and here if you load up this image, this is a side here, if I can copy the image address. This will give you that link is terrible, but
it's fine.
Sorry about that. This is from the lovely people at Info EPI Labs.
Oh my god, it's exactly the same.
Yeah, they literally stole all the assets. Okay, so
are they planning to do like a switcheroo, like a shell game, like just like whoop?
No, I think they're just gonna use SEO to try to jack it up to the top, and know that RFK won't ban them for stealing all the information.
That is sinister.
Yeah. Kyle Emke, who is a very, very good security researcher who specializes in phishing websites, is the original finder of this. I tend to follow him. And this is just one of those ones that I was like, oh, I bet Jack would like to see this one.
Yeah.
All right, so this site, and just for further proofing, this site uses the same Cloudflare setup as the Children's Health Defense website itself.
Okay.
I mean, it's deliberately impersonating a federal agency. And I mean, it's literally got the CDC social media accounts in the footer. Like, if you go to the bottom of the fake page, you'll see the links at the bottom.
Yeah.
Those links work.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is like a massive violation of federal statutes. Just to go through the one.
Also, isn't thimerosal not even used in vaccines anymore?
Thimerosal is not used in vaccines in the United States.
Okay.
Thimerosal is a preservative. It prevents spoilage. Some vaccines in like sub-Saharan Africa use thimerosal because it doesn't require cold storage.
Yeah.
You know, when we got the COVID-19 vaccine, the original formulations of the COVID-19 vaccine had to be kept cold. They were subject to heat spoilage.
Yeah.
Thimerosal prevents that. We don't use it in the United States because we have such a good supply chain that it doesn't actually matter. But we could talk about ethyl mercury and methyl mercury some other time if people really want to get into deep woods on.
I don't think we need to. I was just like, it was just weird to me that like it's still on even like this that they're even using their time to talk about this thing that isn't even in US vaccines anymore. I was just like, wait a minute. What are you doing?
Yeah. And so this is and these links and the links that they find are very you're gonna see a lot of the same the same things. You're gonna see there are certain scientists that are connected to these type of things, like Tim Verstraeten. That's another one. But yeah, so there's certain quacks that are connected to the anti-vaccine movement who are yeah. But yeah, but like if you go to the bottom of the page, you can actually see those little social media links. Those all work.
That's
and
crazy.
so this is very questionable. Like, and in terms of who's
like they work as in like they go to the actual CDC.
Yeah, because they stole the templating from the CDC.
Oh my goodness.
They used a scraper and stole it all.
Okay. I assumed it was going to link back to like CHD's social media, but no. Okay.
So the major ones, the major violations you're gonna look for this is USC 701 and 702. That prevents the unauthorized use of official badges, insignias, emblems, and or impersonating a public health official.
Yeah.
And the CDC is technically part of the public health service, so it does fall under that. And then there's also USC 912, which is impersonating a federal officer or employee, and acting as such. So yeah, the FTC could sue them. People could sue them. There's, the OIG of HHS. It would have normally cracked this down, but Trump fired him in January.
Yeah, I imagine like all of the people who could have and would have put a stop to this have all been like suspended or fired.
They could still get sued. Could still get sued.
Oh, they could still get sued. Absolutely.
Yeah. State. Okay. Look at the tab name on that site. Okay, hold on. You've convinced me to go and look. Oh, real CDC. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they literally the meta tag on the top of the page is real CDC. Like we are not the fake CDC. Please don't believe Ondor's lies.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so this is a hot mess, and obviously Children's Health Defense is linked inexorably with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I mean, I despise that man. If the world had any justice, he'd be dying in a Samoan prison right now.
Well, yeah, 100%. Like, dude has actually gotten people killed.
Yeah.
And he's going to continue to get more people killed. Like, they're celebrating the death now of that child who died of measles. Like, they've recruited like the mother of that child to like be like, actually, you shouldn't get your kids vaccinated. I have 4 other children. I'm fine. Which is maybe one of the most insane things I've ever seen in my life.
It is my personal opinion, and not the personal opinion of the Riverboat Jack Show, Twitch, Amazon, or anybody else, that if a state can believe that a 6-week-old clump of fetal cells is a child, and therefore has biological rights, and that to abort that child is homicide, then those parents are just as liable for criminally negligent homicide.
But have you considered that once they're born, they are the property of their parents, and so it's fine if they die?
So a fetus is somehow less property rights than a fetus is somehow less the property of their parents than a person?
Honestly, that's how these people act, you know?
That is a very that is some maddening logic if you've ever
Yeah.
Actually, we probably could Code Arjo suggested petitioning Google to revoke that cert. I actually may submit a request to them, because that site is clearly a phishing site.
Yeah.
And then finally, I just want to wrap up. Let's talk a little bit about let's please call your senators, call your representatives. Section 230, they're gonna try to overturn Section 230 again of the Communications Decency Act. And make sure, and if there's anybody you want to harass, and he's my personal favorite target, I literally hate him, is Dick Durbin.
Yep.
Dick Durbin. Dick Durbin, the Senate Minority Whip. If Chuck goes down, he should go down too.
Yep.
Actually, never mind. They should just both go. I'm not even making it a contingency. They both should be gone.
They both should be gone.
Yeah, Dick Durbin is a trash can, and just never this weird white whale quest he's had against Section 230 for about the last 8 years is one of the most insane things and I get it on some level. I get the Democrat obsession with trying to make Hollywood companies really like them.
What is his obsession? Like, does he not understand how the internet works?
His obsession is that the MPAA and RIAA have wanted Section 230 to disappear forever, so that they can basically sue. Twitter or Facebook or any of the white whales if you post 35 seconds of recorded music.
Gotcha.
Yeah, cool. Like the license. I mean,
I don't think they realized that would just kill their industries.
I mean, what's funny is that for the most part, the RIAA has already killed their own industry anyway.
Yeah. I
mean, musicians now are judged by Spotify plays. They're not. Album sales are almost negligible. The money comes from streaming services and touring, and also being able to market your brand identity into things like, commercials and things like that. Honestly, that's why you don't see as many good quality mid-range musical artists anymore, because there's only really two options: either you're the top of the charts or you're nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely. Call your senators. Push back on Section 230. Use 5 calls. Pressure the Democrats, because obviously Durbin's gonna try to whip 10 votes for this. I know White House is one. I don't know. There's one other Democrat who listed that they're gonna co-sponsor. But revoking Section 230 would be an unmitigated disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, just think about it this way. Think of all the people, just in terms of Twitch, just think of all the people who have an absolute hard-on for Hassan.
Yeah.
Right? And so if Hassan says something if Hassan says anything that could possibly expose Twitch to liability, absolutely somebody would try to use the courts to basically try to silence Hassan.
Yeah.
I mean, he would be an immediate target under in a post Section 230 world.
And I mean, like, once they would get, they could, like, if they got rid of Section 230, they would be able to get him, and like everyone else is vulnerable too. Literally anyone.
I mean, there's just, yeah, it could get real bad real fast, and just the amount of, I mean, we've already seen that, especially on Twitter, Elon loves to ban critics of Elon.
Yeah.
So you're gonna see a more and more litigious attack, especially, I mean, like a burgeoning company like Blue Sky. Blue Sky has Blue Sky has a lot of value right now, but they don't have a lot of assets. The Blue Sky's barely monetized at all.
Yep.
It's for good reason. They only have 33 million subscribers, but a lot of people hate Blue Sky. Yeah.
And they made more money selling shirts over the course of like 24 hours than they did in the entire history of the site.
And more importantly, what that might do is, I know Mark Cuban is an angel investor into Blue Sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but the last thing you want is him owning Blue Sky.
Yeah.
I don't mind him owning a piece of Blue Sky, but if he became the majority owner of Blue Sky, you're running the risk of just another oligarch running around wrecking havoc.
Yeah.
In an area that, for the most part, has been very self-managed. People who aren't popular on Blue Sky they find themselves kicked out real quick. What's his name came over? The anti-trans reporter.
Oh,
guy.
Jesse Signal.
Yeah, he decided to go over to Blue Sky and found out real quick how unliked he was.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
I mean, I give Brianna Wu credit. She's still posting, even though she's posting mostly into a void.
Oh, is she really? Like,
I think she's still there. She's like the 3rd or 4th most blocked account on Blue Sky.
Man, I for a blessed period of time, I forgot she existed. It was nice.
I'm sorry for breaking that up.
It's okay. It's okay. Is her like horrible pick me podcast still going too?
Oh, sure it is. I mean, hell, didn't they have Shank on there one time?
Oh, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, she's a hot mess.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. Any final thoughts you want to share, Paladin?
If you haven't looked into the Vivian Wilson thing, look into Vivian Wilson. She did a really nice interview with Team Vogue.
Okay.
It's a heartwarming. She delivered. She's clearly gonna be. She's not gonna be silenced, and she has the money and the image to really like kind of trailblaze a little bit.
That's great. Like I do think just on principle, like her turning her back on like more wealth than like any person on earth can possibly imagine in order to be herself is maybe like one of the most powerful statements, you know, one can make about your identity. So totally agree. And Paladin, thanks so much for calling in and giving us insight on this wild fake CDC switcheroo situation unfolding. Yeah, definitely report that website for phishing, for being a scam. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, I'll probably post some links somewhere in the Discord about how you can report that site to Google for being a fake website. At least we can. I don't know if we can get them in trouble because who's going to prosecute them, but
that'd be great though.
Yeah, we can at least get it kicked off the internet.
Yeah, let's do our best.
All right, have a good day.
See you, Paladin. Thanks for calling in. Always great. Always fucking great to talk with Paladin Lost. Now, folks, y'all ready to relax a little bit and just like enjoy? You know, we've been watching a lot of watching a lot of Republican town halls. Yo, Indicat.
Got my first paycheck from my new job in my dream career path. Thank you for fighting the good fight and being a beacon to others trying to do the same.
Indicat, thank you for the $99.99 dollar dono. That is incredibly generous. Do you mind if I ask, like, what's your dream career path? If you feel comfortable sharing that. But like, that's so cool. Congratulations. Let's go. BWA, BWA, BWA. Hope you're enjoying the new career. Let's see here. Love that I got a job, dono drops. Yeah, right? Isn't it great? Working towards becoming a dental hygienist and later down the line, a dentist? Hell yeah, Indicat. We love our dental hygienists. Let's go, keeping our teeth nice and healthy. As somebody who struggled a lot with teeth problems as a kid, I appreciate your service. I am going to be right back. Because, folks, we're going to enter just kind of the catharsis part of stream today. We're going to be watching Senator Chuck Grassley's town hall that he held in Iowa the other day, and we're going to be enjoying some catharsis. Have you ever wanted to see people yell at an old man? Because I sure have. Covering politics, I want that all the time. And you know, I think that in order to kind of buoy our hopes, our dreams, and our ambitions, we should inundate ourselves with the visual and audio stimuli necessary to envision our dream scenarios. So I'm going to be right back in like a minute or so. And when I do, we're going to get started with that Chuck Grassley town hall. And folks, we've got a lot of stuff to cover tonight. It's going to be a long stream. So don't you guys go anywhere. I'll be right back. Here we go. Let's jump right into it, shall we?
Hi, everybody. Thank you all for coming. Oh, okay. Well, I usually don't use a microphone.
Keep in mind, this is in Iowa. This is in, the heartland of America. This is a lot of people. They have standing room only.
But if I have to use a microphone, I'll be glad to use a microphone. Thank you all for turning out. In the spirit of representative government, I consider myself half of that process, and my 3 3/10 million constituents the other half of that process. And in order to represent people in
This is in Franklin County, Mr. Malachite.
Dialogue with your constituents. This is the best way to do it. But this is the only way that it was done. I wouldn't communicate with very many people. So I rely upon all of you and people that aren't here to email us or use postal mail or
Oh, man. I do want to see him get yelled at. That part of me has not changed. But the fact that he calls it postal mail is that's adorably old. That's adorably elderly. I'm kind of here for it. But I'm really looking forward to him getting yelled at.
Use the telephone. Remember, if you leave your name and address, we'll answer your point of view on paper and things like that. Now, this is the first meeting today. I go from here to Clarion, and then to Humboldt, and then to Fort Dodge. And then tomorrow morning, I go back to Washington, D.C. If you wonder what I'm doing here on a Friday, most weekdays I'm in Washington, D.C., but the Senate's not in session, so I'm...
Oh, Thistles Fries, thank you for
We
the $10
held an
dono.
empty chair town hall for a local Dem who wasn't meeting with constituents today. Over 100 attendees. People wrote letters to the rep, and answered the survey we made, and got up and told stories.
That is wonderful, Thistles for Eyes. Do you mind sharing who the local Dem was? That's wonderful. If it's too local, don't feel any pressure. But like, there is such a power in taking control of a narrative. Politicians hate that. The fact that you guys did that is so powerful. You guys are taking power back for the people. Damn, Trump won this county by 40 points. Yeah, guys. There is something happening in the heart of America, and it is something that our political institutions are completely and utterly incapable of handling, which is good, because also our political institutions are completely and utterly incapable of handling the rise of fascism. So we need two opposing forces to destroy this fascist regime. Socialism is not a crime. Thank you for the 200 biddies. What you do is important and helps me stay motivated for my girls. I appreciate your activism and lighting a fire under us. Hell yeah, socialism is not a crime. Let's go. Here we go.
Not playing hooky for my job there. I'm going to, since we have such a large crowd, I'm going to take one question from each person and try to cover as many questions as I can. And I'll try to give a short...
Damn, dude, you taking one question from each person? You're going to be here all night?
...sort of an answer as I can, so I can get to as many questions. And some of you may come not to ask questions, but just to tell me what's on your mind. And that's perfectly all right.
I'm suggesting we build up a mass political movement and stop fascism from killing us all. Yeah.
I'll be glad to listen to you and say thank you, and then move on to the next person. I thought maybe I would say to you, I'm going to be with you for an hour, and then I'm going to go to the small room back here, and we've got a lot of press and media here, and I always reserve 15 minutes before I move on to Clarion or the next stop or the next stop for advantage for the press to ask me questions, get messages out that they want to get out that they consider very important.
Yeah, keep in mind, the working class is not homogenous ideologically. I'm a socialist. I believe in workers' rights for everyone, regardless of what their political affiliation is. And similarly, Medicare for all does not discriminate between Republican and Democrat. It is for all. And similarly, I think in order to build the solidarity we need for those two things, we need to build solidarity against fascists. And in doing so, we win more people to our cause, and we de-radicalize people from conservative ideologies into progressive ones. You know, no one stays stagnant politically. Everyone changes, and everyone can change.
And then I would just take a few minutes to tell you some of the things that I'm trying to pursue in Washington, D.C. I'm just going to mention two things so I don't take time away from your question.
Yeah, the Michael Brooks approach. Hate systems, not people.
One would be finally, hopefully, get a 5-year farm bill, because we were supposed to do that in 23, didn't get done, so the 2018 year 5-year farm bill is turning out to be a 7-year farm bill, and I think farmers...
And yet, just because everyone can change doesn't mean everyone will, but anyone who can and does, I think there's room for them among us, you know? Like, I used to be a evangelical Christian conservative, guys. I changed for the better in a lot of different ways. You know? People change. Well, yes, you can still hate agents of oppressive systems, but voters are not necessarily the same thing as politicians.
Some certainty from that, and I hope we can get it done. I think we're about 18 months ahead of the last Congress, because we have a bill from the last Congress out of the House of Representatives that was a very bipartisan bill. And then we have a Democrat framework and a Senate Republican framework. So we're about 18 months ahead of where we were 2 years ago and didn't get the job done. And then the other one...
Okay, if you don't mind, I'm going to skip this preamble where he's just...
What they do, get that response, the agenda...
Including a youthful...
Okay.
The Federal Department of Education was created in 1979 by Congress, including a youthful Iowa representative, Chuck Grassley. Do you now support an all-out siege and dismantling by the run-amok MAGA administration?
Oh my God. Oh my God. First question, that sweet older woman with the trembling voice. I love her. First one into the breach. Let's go.
If it comes to a vote in the Congress of the United States, which it will probably not come for a vote, so
You know the Constitution?
Because you got...
Oh my God. Oh my God. We're 5 minutes in. They asked a question 30 seconds ago, and they're already yelling at him about the Constitution. Oh, buckle in, folks. Buckle in.
Got 6.6 million from Elon.
You swore an oath to us.
I'm answering this person's question.
Well, answer it. But why wouldn't it come to a vote?
She speaks for a lot of us.
Okay. Uh, I'm the only member.
I've never seen anything like this. Like, I know I've kept saying this about these town halls, but like this is Iowa, chat. Holy shit.
Of Congress out of 535
Guys, it's not just him who's boned. It's like the entire GOP is boned. They have all hung their hats on Donald Trump, and they have sat back and let Elon Musk, assault our country, our institutions, the things these people rely on, and they're aware of it. That's the thing that's shocking to this guy, that these people are actually aware of what's happening and care enough to show up like this. I don't think anyone's ever showed up like this to a town hall with Chuck Grassley. You know? I don't know that anyone's ever shown up like this. This is new territory.
That voted against establishing the Department of Education, September 1979. So
Stuff like this is giving me hope and helping me out of my oppressive slum.
Not spelled out the Constitution.
One-eyed heathen, good. And thank you for the $10 super chat.
And I think with 50 different states, with our country so geographically vast and our population so heterogeneous, that the best education policy is made at the local and state level. So that's why I voted against it. Now, so obviously, if it's not going to come to a vote in the United States Senate because it can't get 60 votes in the United States Senate to get to repealing it. So, but if it did come to a vote, obviously I would have the same opinion now that I had in 1979. Oh, wow. And it's got nothing to do with the,
Dog, this is Iowa. This is in a district that went 40 points to Trump. They're booing him after his answer to the first question. Watching these makes me feel excited. It is not enough to watch the clips. It is not enough to watch like, a 1 minute long TikTok clip that gets embedded into an NBC article. It's not enough to watch like a 2 minute long thing uploaded to Blue Sky. It's not enough. These are old people. These are the demographic that is supposed to be most in tune with Chuck Grassley. These are supposed to be his people. I didn't know right-wingers like the Department of Education. They like their schools being funded. Like they like that.
Not near as good as this.
it's got nothing to do with the programs. So let's go to the programs that you might be concerned about that would be affected if the Department of Education is going to happen to it, what Trump said yesterday is going to happen to it. It can't affect the guaranteed student loans, it can't affect the Pell Grants, it can't affect the special education programs we have, it can't help to hurt the education programs we have for low-income people.
It literally can affect all of those things.
Because they're the law of the land, and the Congress of the United States is going to continue to...
Wait a minute.
Get off
your hands and vote. Isn't the Department of Education the law of the land?
Dog, he's cooked. They're done. He's been asked 2 questions. Isn't the Department of Education the law of the land? And he's done.
Republican Party, let him talk. Okay. So then, just in case you're wondering, will those programs go away with what Trump's doing? The answer is no. And he has said that because they're the law. They are the law. And,
you know, I will just point out one thing here. There are definitely still conservatives in this room, but not a single goddamn one of them is wearing a red hat. In Iowa, in a district that went to Trump by 40 points. I think this guy is not. This hat isn't that hat is not a MAGA hat, as far as I can tell.
just as an example.
You can't say law for him and not law for us. You can't
So I
do
think
that.
we need to talk about the rule of law.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
nobody trusts that Trump will
Boy,
actually follow the rules. I have a question.
How about decorum?
You can ask your question.
Okay, so I don't feel that Trump is actually, I mean, so rule of law, the judicial system, right, we have a separation of powers. The judiciary decides what the law is based on their interpretations of what you've written, right?
Honestly, I think the only reason he's doing this town hall is because he's announcing his retirement in 2027 if he makes it that far. He's 91 years old right now.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. For 91 years old, he's doing pretty good. It makes me feel a bit worse that he's being yelled at by all these people, just on a humanitarian level, but also they should yell at him even harder. If he tries to do another one of these town halls, he might actually die. Like, dog. You should have retired 30 years ago and just like become a lobbyist and like, I don't know, lived on a beach somewhere.
Make decisions that all Trump does is say, oh, they should be impeached, you know, and he is making us afraid to stand up for our own rights because we're going to then be sent to El Salvador into a high security.
A high security slave concentration camp. One thing people have not mentioned about this El Salvador camp that people are being sent to, and I do want to do a much longer segment, just kind of walking through the order of events leading up to those deportations and the legal steps and like back and forth that has been happening on this. But like, to be perfectly clear, El Salvador is under the rule of a dictator named Bukele, and he has a program in place for this particular prison that people are being deported to without trial, without due process, without anything like that. And the policy for that prison is mandated forced labor, i.e., if you go into that prison, you are a slave. You are going to be worked. And you have no choice about that. And that is putting aside all of the other concerns about the fact that prisons like that one are where gangs like Tren de Aragua originated. Like, these prisons are where the gangs get their starts and build up their power. So it's a slave camp run by crime lords. And it is, I mean, we're selling people. We are engaging in a slave trade with these deportations. Okay? So, just to be clear, it's not even just, oh man, if we stand up for our rights, we could be deported. It's deported to a slave concentration camp. Sold. And yeah, socialism is not a crime. MS-13 is an American gang formed by deported Salvadorians. Yeah.
And we're gonna follow his law?
Judges' rulings should be abided by.
That's not what you said.
Judges' rulings should be abided by. And I've read statements in the newspaper that Trump was going to do the same thing, but he was going to appeal. And so
And how much does that cost
there's a hundred.
How much does that cost us? And how much will it cost us to bail farmers out?
Can I just say, as someone from the neighboring state of Minnesota, do you have any idea how much you have to piss off people from Iowa to get them to yell at you like this? Do you have any idea? These are people who will like just swallow their anger towards their family members for 40 years before they say anything about a slight that happened decades ago, you know? That's what these kinds of people are like. That's what people in my family are like, you know? And like I'm, as someone from the Midwest, I'm shocked to see this. It hits me in a way that like the previous town hall we covered didn't quite hit. I'm thrown. Oh, Jem, every single one of these town halls is being clipped as its own segment. We put up the Washington one that we covered the other day, earlier today. I'm going to be posting one of them every day as we do them.
Let him answer. Well, we are. Who are you? He's had 66 years in office. We have a right to talk.
Hey, I got the same right you do.
We have to keep it going.
There's 127 cases filed compared to about a dozen with previous questions. So what you learned in 8th grade civics, the checks and balances of the government are going to continue to work. That's the
It's not working.
Elon Musk, who was not appointed by anything with the advice and consent of the
You can bring
Senate.
every one of us down.
Access to our personal data.
Yeah.
Why
Thank
do
you
have
for
to
everybody.
get into everything that, you know, he hasn't even been vetted for anything. In fact, he's still a citizen of not only the U.S., but of Canada and South Africa. I mean, why is he the #1 person that is just going through and overhauling everything by cutting everything?
Yo, this woman's a hero.
Why is Congress allowing that?
Seems to me-
He pays no taxes.
It seems to me that what you're seeing going on today is what I've heard 2 Democrat presidents say since I've been in the United States Senate.
This is not Republican, Democrat. This is about us, the
I'm
people.
talking to you.
You're here to talk to all of us.
I said, I think that they're following what I saw 2 Democrat presidents say since I've been in the United States Senate.
Which is too long.
1994.
Term
Fuck, man. I mean, she's right. You've been in the Senate for 66 goddamn years. You've been in the Senate longer than most people's grandparents have been alive. Damn.
Came to the Congress of the United States, and he said, as a result of the 1994 election, the era of big government is over. And then in 2011, I heard President Obama give a speech that we got to get rid of the waste, fraud, abuse in government. We can't tolerate it. So that's what's happening again.
Yeah, that's fine. Why are we having an unelected citizen of like 2 other countries have access to all of our state secrets and also have seemingly unilateral authority to slash any department he likes and any access to any information in our government that he likes? Don't bullshit us, Chuck. We know this is unprecedented. You know these people would not show up if it wasn't unprecedented.
Not just fraud. Everyone's okay with fraud, but you find fraud by actually looking for it. You don't find it by just saying,
Guys, we're 12 minutes into this. He has like another 40 minutes to go.
okay, I'm going to cut off your funding. You can't. That's no way of finding fraud.
Right.
I mean, let's
That's right.
Security fraud done by doctors and nurses who file fraudulent claims against, Medicaid, right? So why are we going after them? Why are we actually cutting the access to the, money that the people need? Why are you assuming that people who are receiving benefits are in the wrong?
Yeah, that's right.
Again, addressing you. Give you an example, $20 million in the Defense Department that since Trump's been president, and I asked him to do away with the Agency of National Assessment, which is supposed to assess annually the needs of our national security, and they haven't been doing it since 2013, but they've been assuming $20 million. They announced that they were going to do away with the agency.
Yeah, I'm going to need some receipts on that one, Chuck. I'm going to need some receipts to show that there was a government agency getting $20 million per year that just sat doing nothing for the past 8 years. Oh, sorry. Since 2013. That's actually the last 12 years. Who was getting that? Here's the thing. The thing about waste, fraud, and abuse, right, is that what you're alleging are crimes. What you're alleging are criminal actions. So where's the department head that was defrauding the government out of $20 million every year for 13 years? Sorry, not 13 years. 12 years. Where are the criminals? Charge them if this is actually real. And it's kind of telling where your head's at, Chuck, and how full of shit these Republicans are, that what's happening is entire U.S. departments are being destroyed. Things that leverage billions of dollars, if not hundreds of billions of dollars. And the first and only example he can think of is, one org in the Defense Department that was getting $20 million, and he's going to provide no citations whatsoever. With allegations that would, if true, have led to someone being thrown in jail. You see, Jack, it was a 300-year-old vampire doing it. I see, Pork Chop Express. Also, excellent username. I always appreciate a good Big Trouble in Little China reference. And also, yes, Vlad Tepes was indeed behind the... the joke actually falls flat, a bit flatter when you realize that Elon Musk literally thinks that seniors who draw Social Security checks are vampires. He calls them that. So, I'm sad again.
Of national assessment within the Department of Defense. I think I ought to go on to other people now.
In the back?
Senator, may I ask a question? Senator? Yeah. Obviously, the Senate and the House has the power of oversight of the government, of the president and people in his administration. It seems to me that Trump and his people are moving very rapidly toward a dictatorship and an oligarchy.
Dog. Real quick. Can we actually zoom? I don't think there's any way to zoom in. I want to zoom in on this guy's face, because that is a guy who votes Republican. I am loving seeing people of a demographic that usually is not aligned come forward and tell Republicans to their faces, hey, we know what you're doing. We know what you're doing, you fascist fuck. People are getting angry. I like it. It's empowering. They're clapping for him.
That's a very, very serious matter. Our country is in serious jeopardy, it seems to me, cutting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and a whole lot of other programs, even though they deny they're going to do it. And firing people at will and just randomly isn't solving anything.
Right.
That's right.
Statistics. You got to know what those numbers represent.
But my question is, what are you doing regarding oversight? All the concerns, but I've not heard anything from you or any of the Republicans in the Senate or the House for that matter. And so you have the power of oversight. So the courts are doing their job and doing it really well to rein in Trump and others. But we need to have the Senate and the House also providing oversight. And so it is your job, obviously, which you've been doing for decades. You know it's your job, but we are depending on you and the others to help save democracy.
You speak up. Thank you.
I might cry.
Address your question. I think
I might actually cry. This is kind of restoring some of my faith in humanity. Unironically.
I gave you one example of $20 million in the Department of Defense. I think I've got another thing. I've got an investigative staff on, and we've got 33 investigations going in. So I'd have to have you, I can't give you all 33 of those investigations.
Give us one.
But well, one of them would be the waste in the EPA.
This, Josh, not only is this Iowa, this is in a district of Iowa that went to Trump by 40 points. It is a deeply red part of Iowa.
Example.
What you just said, 20 million.
Democracy, the waste in EPA. I mean, what are you going to do, and what are you doing to save democracy? This is
That's right.
Appreciate you being here. And in fact, as I've written you before and emailed you, and you've always responded, and I appreciate that, and I honor you for that.
Yes. Yes.
I think I'm frustrated because of that civics lesson you talked about. That we have 3 branches of government that run this country and determine our policy on the big issues. Are we going to turn Canada into the 51st state? Are we going to take over the Great Lakes? Are we going to impose tariffs throughout the world and hurt our Iowa manufacturers who happen to sell $5 billion every year of farm equipment, road equipment to the Canadians?
Used to.
If you look at Gomaco from Ida Grove, Iowa, they have 5 locations in Canada to sell pavement equipment.
Not anymore.
Together with Pella Windows, together with Vermeer, who has a dozen. And my question, sir, and I think what's on our mind here is, where is Congress?
Yes.
Oh. Guys, I'm getting chills. I'm getting chills. Do you hear the people fucking sing? Singing the song of angry men. Look at this guy. This right here, this is a gesture of the utmost respect. Cause guys, like $5 billion in Iowa is huge. And these people rely on international trade for crops, for machinery, for everything. And they need the EPA to keep their farms open, to keep their environment livable. They know. And these people are already being hit by these tariffs, you know? These people are already being hit by these tariffs. And they're mad as hell. And, like, man, we're 2 months in. We are 2 months in, okay? I'm saving this screen so I can put it as a thumbnail for the video. But guys, we're 2 months in. Imagine where we are going to be. Imagine where we're going to be 2 more months from now. And two more months after that. And 2 more months after that on the eve of a new budget being voted on. A budget that is going to cut these people's health care, their Medicaid, is actually going to seriously try and cut Social Security. Like 2 months from now, I said this yesterday when we were talking about the earlier town hall in Wyoming, but like next time they have a town hall here, like these people are going to show up with pitchforks and torches. Like 2 months from now, pitchforks and torches. 2 months after that, who the fuck knows? When I talk about this being the cool zone, this is what I mean. Like, a lot of really bad things are happening, but people are also being radicalized toward much better positions and much more productive action in ways you never would have thought possible. And right now, it is ice cold in Iowa.
There's only one president. It's 535 to 1. When does Congress act? When does your committee and the Judiciary Committee send a subpoena to Elon Musk?
That's right.
You can do your job because nobody knows in this country what the hell is going on with Mr. Musk and how he is apparently have his own agenda, in my view, to ruin the country. When does he tell you?
To you, Article 2 of the Constitution says that the executive power.
These people are going to beat his ass over what Article 1 of the Constitution says. You'll never believe why they keep skipping over Article 1 and talking about Article 2. It's crazy. All of these goddamn people in the Republican Party parroting this Article 2 bullshit. Sorry, there is a numerical order there. It goes Article 1. The article that elaborates on the powers of different parts of government.
of the federal government is vested in the President of the United States. Truman wanted to make that.
We don't care about him.
Truman wanted to make that such a strong statement.
We don't care about him.
He had a
Fuck Truman.
sign on his desk says the buck stops here.
It goes
So
to his pocket.
everything that goes on in the executive branch of the government is a total responsibility of Trump and the people that he has appointed and be confirmed by the United States Senate.
Congress for? If he can do everything by executive power.
And they made very clear 2 weeks ago at a cabinet meeting that only the cabinet members could carry out any decisions that Trump wanted to carry out.
That's not happening.
Elon Musk.
That's not happening.
And so remember, the buck stops in the Oval Office.
That's awfully convenient for you, the guy passing the buck along to the Oval Office, huh?
Thank you for taking my question.
I won't be able to take all the questions, but I'm going to take as many as I can.
Senator Grassley, as chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee during President Trump's 2 impeachment trials, in spite of overwhelming evidence, you voted twice to acquit him. Since taking office for a second term, he is dismantling our government, as many people here have been talking about and are concerned about. And that's in violation of our laws.
My bad.
Congress has created,
I'm updating the soundboard.
and in violation of the Constitution. My question to you is, why do you believe that President Trump is above the law? And I'll just reinforce what other people have been saying here. Why have you not spoken out for it? Job.
People are aroused.
With our votes. We have sent you to Congress for decades. We expect you to follow through for what we Iowans really want our government to do, and not to have a federal government that is being dismantled by this President Trump and Elon Musk. Please stand up for what's right and do your jobs.
This guy wore a suit to this, so you know this guy wore a suit and talks about putting Chuck Grassley in as senator. You know this guy's a goddamn Republican. Is that Vivian? Yeah, I was looking up the link to her Vogue piece earlier when Paladin Lost was talking.
Your statement gives me a wonderful opportunity to explain to you that constantly, every time I go from my office to the Senate floor, there's journalists not by the dozens, but by a couple dozen, that are there to ask me questions all the time. And I take time to answer their questions. And I never see anything in print that I ever say to them. So I have to assume that you don't get a chance unless you do a vast amount of reading, that you'd ever see anything that I say to the journalists in Washington, D.C. So this is why on a weekend I put out something on my website called The Scoop that carries all the things that I have said or speeches I give on the floor of the United States Senate or press releases, because I can't count on the news media to tell you the things that I say. To make sure that I communicate to Iowans, I do 5 things every week, and then some things I do once a month.
You know, it's really crazy how none of this has anything to do with the question this guy asked, and you can tell he's absolutely furious because he's still standing up and maintaining eye contact.
With a small all radio stations of Iowa, with the Des Moines Register, the Cedar Rapids Gazette, other newspapers, Radio Iowa, and also for agriculture, as many as agriculture journalists that want to ask me questions. So I try to make myself very, very available to the journalists. But if you don't read about it and know what's going on, I put it out so you can read it the best way I know to put it out.
Sir, I do read the scoop. You send it to me frequently in an email. But I'm going to repeat the question to you. Why do you feel that President Trump is above the law?
He's not above the law.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Okay. You know, when you first were elected, you were pretty independent.
Yes.
That was decades ago.
It is awesome.
Number two, it seems like you've become a very good foot soldier for the right wing and dominant.
Yeah, that's right.
Dog, they're calling him a fucking bootlicker in the heart of Iowa. This old man is standing up and calling him a goddamn foot soldier.
I didn't serve, but we are a military family. My dad served in the Pacific and tromped through the jungle for 4 years. Come home with jungle rot in his feet the rest of his life. Okay? And then Trump cuts the veteran administration.
Wow.
Really?
Right.
And you stand by and you say and do nothing.
Yeah.
Sick of it.
We want you back. We want you back to the Grassley world.
Trump, he seems to have a love fest with Mr. Putin.
Oh, yeah. That's
and
what's
his attitude is, Trump's attitude is basically, oh, let's put them tariffs on. To hell with Canada and Mexico and the Ukraine.
Someone's holding up a sign that says Vladimir Putin is not your constituent. This guy, like, people are angry, guys. This is wonderful. This is great news for us.
And the European Union.
That's right.
Really? Those countries fought and died with us in World War II and many other wars. And you stand by and you say and do nothing. I'm sick of it.
Me too.
And
he's literally trembling with rage.
It doesn't matter what party you are.
enjoy seeing this country ripped apart. I grew up during Vietnam. It's deep deja vu for me, what's going on today. Why don't you do something? Why don't you stand up and say, enough is enough?
You fought for us. Thank you. Now you fight for us.
That's right. You want to fight, and the Democrats, I'm one. You know, Trump said we're the enemy within. Really? You say nothing.
Me? That means us. We're the enemy, right?
But
What is that?
he has a love fest with Putin.
Yeah. They have something going on. You need to watch
And
that.
you do something, sir. You wanted to fight, you're gonna get it.
That's right. Does the buck stop with Charles Grassley?
Dog. Did I mishear, or did he say he's a Democrat? He did say he's a Democrat. But, like, believe it or not, there are Democrats in Iowa, guys. But, like, this kind of anger is gonna grow. And, like, if Democrats are this angry, it does mean that Republicans are also quite angry. And it kind of speaks to how angry people are, that there is no one else in that room who is standing up and defending Chuck Grassley. No constituents showed up who vote Republican and were willing to stand up for Chuck Grassley.
Us in the military are suckers and losers.
I want to respond to what he said because he spoke about my adherence to some sort of right-wing philosophy, whatever that is.
You're literally a Republican, sir.
So I want to tell you, just last Thursday, a bill passed the United States Senate, 86-12, that I sponsored and that I got out. If you're, if you don't work in a bipartisan way, nothing gets done in the United States Senate. And so you don't have to take my word for it. I want to have all of you go to the Georgetown University website and click on Senator Lugar's center. They do an annual survey of people working in a bipartisan way, and you'll find me in the top 12 of people working in a bipartisan way, which I think refutes what he said about my being just a right-winger.
You're a right-winger.
Yeah, I mean, like, are you kidding me? He's 91 years old. He's not gonna go do like a dozen of these. His heart's gonna give out.
Go ahead, sir. Say what? If you weren't done, repeat what you just said. I didn't hear it.
I'm done.
Okay.
Senator behind here.
See, how about you way in the back?
I want to first of all say that I have a background that includes having been on the congressional staff in the state of Iowa for 10.5 years. I worked for Social Security for another 20 years. I've been retired now for a while. I am very, very concerned about what's going on with Musk and Social Security as well as other agencies. Let me go back and say, understand that Social Security is based on what we've worked and paid into the system. It's not SSI, which is a different program administered by Social Security. Social Security protects not only those who are retired, it also protects those who die young and leave young children behind. There are almost as many children receiving Social Security because of parents who passed away or disabled parents as there are adults receiving Social Security. It also covers people who have a child who was born disabled or became disabled and is never able to work as an adult. Those children receive survivor benefits or
Get his
benefits
ass.
when the parent retires.
Get his ass.
Social Security currently has about a 1% administrative cost. Okay? It looks to me like, looking at this, and I've seen this over the years, staff continues to be reduced. The wait times for people to get service continues to increase. They continue to push people onto the internet to file for benefits. I'm sorry, but Social Security is not necessarily a simple program. There is a benefit to people to come in and talk to someone and understand what their options are before they take that retirement benefit. That's right. Because they will live with that decision for the rest of their lives. I retired from Social Security partially because I was no longer allowed to give the service that I thought people deserved. And I'm proud of my government service. I know it's not popular to be a government employee right now.
I'm proud of it too.
But I'm proud of it. I'm proud of what I provide. Now to see that Musk is trying to get his little gurus with their little computers into Social Security to access all of our personal information.
That's right.
That is not right.
That's
and I
scary,
don't
isn't it?
care if you turn around and tell me, don't worry, it's read only. I've seen your comment before where you said, don't worry about what they're getting at Treasury, it's read only. Why do you think we have paper shredder trucks that come around to get rid of our paper documents? Because read only is still putting our call on the phone to change their direct deposit.
Yes!
Go to a local office. Try to get an
See what I mean? These people pay attention to this shit. People care.
appointment at a local office. Right now, you're waiting a month, and we're going to cut more staff. This is not right. If any, and we do not want to see Social Security privatized.
No.
I know for years and years and years, there are companies out there that want to take over and they want to charge. They want to charge to access benefits. You know, they want to charge for that application. So what I want from you is a commitment that you're going to defend Social Security as a government agency. I want your commitment that you are going to try to get better staffing so that it can serve people the way it was intended to do.
I want to hear what he has to say about
You
this.
have that commitment to me, and I have talked to the new administrator in my office. He's up for confirmation in the United States Senate, and I made exactly those same points to you that he made to me because I see it all the time in my office, people coming to my office to get help. And by the way, I can't even help you as an individual until you sign a privacy release statement for me to get into your account to help you.
Elon Musk.
So obviously, the law protects you and anybody else, and that's, in fact, we recently had a district court decision that said exactly that. But one of the problems is that just before Biden left office, he signed a union contract for people to work from home. Now this new administration's coming in, and they're going to have to be in the office.
Boo!
So they can give that service.
I feel like he did not at all engage with her Social Security question. Like, damn, son.
Let's see. You.
Yeah, I've got two items. Thank you for coming today.
Yes, thank you.
Efficiency and cutting waste in government. I think you'd ask anybody in the country, is there waste in government we'd like it to be addressed? I think we'd say yes.
Yep.
Elizabeth Warren sent a letter to Musk in December highlighting at least 20 areas she thought could be cut. That was the thoughtful, thought-out analysis of how this could be cut. Musk is out there like a 2-year-old with a pile of blocks going, I don't like it, let's do away with it. You know, I'd like to see an adult approach taken, so here's an action item for you to take back, Senator Grassley, is put together a bipartisan committee to look at waste in government. That would include both Democrats and Republicans, and put them to work. So we might assume that's not going to be really fast, but I hope it would be effective. I think what's happening now is ineffective, and it's hurting people.
Yes.
My second item is arresting people and deporting them without due process of law. Germany, and that did not go well. I'd like to see you stop that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, I like that she was just like, yeah, that's bad. We shouldn't do that. Full stop. Good day, sir.
I heard you, and I'll go on to the next person.
At the end of the last legislative session...
Good. Talk louder, will you please?
I've kind of got a frog in my throat or whatever this is.
I'll get closer.
But yes, at the end of the last legislative session, you passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which part of that involved the IRS. It was handing out lots and lots of money to government agencies, part of which went to the IRS, which immediately created new rules that would regulate partnerships and how you can claim expenses for partnerships on your taxes. Partnerships are important to us here in Iowa, not because they're big corporations or big businesses, but an awful lot of our small businesses, and particularly our farms, are partnerships. What the IRS has done is create a new unit that is now requiring us to provide the same information we already send into the IRS, but instead of doing it once now, they're asking us to send it to multiple places in the IRS. And if we don't do this right, we can be fined up to $20,000 per error or whatever, what they're claiming is an error. That adds up a lot. Now, if we have a big business that has lots of accountants working for us year-round, that's not a big problem. And yeah, we can look and we can find this fraud like everybody agrees we should be finding. But most of the farmers I know, and we have a small farm in our family, you know, we have enough trouble figuring out how we're going to pay for our seeds, get it in the ground, and get it out, without spending our time sending the same information to the IRS 5 or 6 different times. And they're asking us to keep track of every transaction we have of selling partnership property for up to 10 years. Now, that's a lot of bookkeeping, even for a small business like most of our small farms are on those transactions. This is one place we'd like for you to look at and see. We've been rolling back a lot of rules and regulations that were passed under the old administration. We'd like some help here with the IRS. I'm not sure how hiring a large new unit of people just to investigate small businesses is really affecting inflation or reducing inflation. Appreciate your help. Okay. And we appreciate you having the courage to be here and talk to us today. Okay. Not a lot of people are doing that.
I mean, I don't know if it's so much courage as it is he wasn't expecting to get booed in the heart of Iowa.
Bringing up the IRS gets me back to the previous question because the lady asked about the Department of Government Efficiency, and one of the things that the Department of Government Efficiency is looking into is upgrading the IRS's IT. It's about 50 years old, and they found that in 1990 Congress said get it updated by 1996, and they're always 5 years behind, and so they're going into the Department of Treasury to try to get it done, and it's still 5 years off. They want to get it done, so after 30 years you would think that we'd have a modern IT system for IRS so people could get answers to the questions more effectively and probably collect a lot of tax money that isn't being collected. The lady sitting right there.
Thank you. I would like to focus.
Here, just a minute, please. Just a minute, so I can hear you. Go ahead.
I wonder why that is. Yeah.
Concerns that are being voiced in this room because I think they are the.
Oh, Kalishna, this is Chuck Grassley's town hall in Iowa. And this is in a county that went 40 points to Trump. And it has been nothing but shitting on Chuck Grassley for the entire time.
The root of the problem. You also need to hear these specific recommendations, these specific concerns. And I want to bring one regarding the local food programs that the USDA has been supporting. Local food purchasing assistance, LFPA, and local food for schools. They have been extremely effective. Iowa has been recognized as a national leader. It is helping to address food access issues through food system development. It is encouraging rural economic development. And it was just ruthlessly cut. $11.3 million that had been promised for the next 3 years. Farmers have works in place for this season. Livestock farmers have obviously been looking a couple of years down the road.
This was yesterday or the day before at Thistles?
I urge you to take action and reinsert support for LFPA and LFS in the Farm Bill. And I also wish you would take Margaret's suggestion and give her a more direct answer on her recommendation for putting a bipartisan committee together to look at addressing the issues. But first of all, I want you to respond to my urging about LFPA and LFS.
What a, you know, that's the real power move. You get to be the next one to ask your question and you restate the previous one that he refused to answer. You know, that's the real power move in these situations. Did she just say LSF? I think she's talking about like the USAID food programs that buy like farmer produce and then ship them around the world. Like like shuttering USAID absolutely fucked so many people in the Midwest. LFS, yes.
Right. I could probably give you a more definitive answer in 30 days for this reason, that most new presidents going in stop regulation writing, put a hold on a lot of things for about 90 days, and I don't know whether this money is going to be frozen forever or they're just reviewing it, but I can't see a nutrition program being hurt by.
Oh, LFS is Local Food for Schools, and LFPS or LFPA is Local Food Partnership Agreements. I think I might be a bit off on that second one, but like it helps schools get the food they need. It helps communities get the food they need, as well as like the USAID programs. Yeah.
Anything in the Department of...
It's happening.
So,
the USDA has cut the program, and it is probably among of the different kinds of issues that are being brought in the federal courts that the courts are putting stays on these things. This hasn't been acted on this one in particular that I'm aware of, but it's a pattern. The courts act, and they put temporary stays. But that doesn't stop the Trump administration. They continue to say no. So what are our recourses? It comes back to congressional oversight. Sure. All of these things come back to you. You have responsibility, and oversight has long time been your champion. And again, thank you for hearing, because we are upset, and this conversation is really important.
That's right.
I didn't answer your question, so I want to do that.
They're not doing their job.
Microphone.
I want to avoid it.
Will not stand up.
Microphone.
I would thank you.
You need the microphone.
What you suggested is something that's sometimes done, but if every committee in the United States Congress is bipartisan, and every committee has a responsibility to do oversight in those areas of the government that are covered by theirs. So in my particular case, that's the FBI, that's the Department of Justice. Another committee I serve on would be HHS, trade legislation, things of that nature. Every committee has a responsibility of doing oversight. I don't think it gets the attention that it should, and that's why I think I have developed such a reputation of being so cognizant on oversight. And I'll give you an example. When the new Attorney General came to my office for pre-session on whether I should vote for her for confirmation, I gave her a packet of about that thick of 158 letters that I had sent to the Department of Justice and or the FBI that had not been answered in the previous administration. And I said, the first thing I want you to do is get me answers to these letters. So there's at least 158 different things that I've written in my oversight responsibility to make sure that the Justice Department does what the law says any president of the United States should do, is faithfully execute the law. That's what I'm saying to you, every committee of Congress is what you're asking us to do.
Well, Senator,
yeah, he valiantly sent letters that he wrote years ago to the Justice Department.
You voted for Cash Patel?
If that's been operational and we still feel there's waste in government, something needs to be done in addition or otherwise. And so this Department of Government Efficiency, which I don't understand why it can be called a department, but anyway, it's headed by someone with gross conflict of interest.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Tremendous billion-dollar government contracts, saving waste in the government. It seems inappropriate, but it's clearly not bipartisan.
That's right.
So I guess,
To check that, not Doge.
thanks for coming, and I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, Trump continues to ignore court orders.
Yeah.
And nothing happens. I can tell you what would happen to many of us.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't understand. You say you're not above the law. I say no.
That's right.
It's gone too far when the Constitution.
Nobody's above the law.
Well, then
Prove
it!
Hard, I should know you. I'll bet your arm's worn out.
Well, we actually kind of know each other. You tried to recruit me in the late '70s at UNI to help you with your campaigns. You were just starting, and I said, you said, what are you? I said, I don't know, Democrat, Republican. You know, I said, I don't know. Well, anyway, I'm still kind of a I don't know until I've seen what's happened in our country since Trump has even taken office. But what I want to do is I want to tell you that I went in and read your record because I have always looked up to you. I'm a teacher. I was born in Northwest Iowa. That's where I came from right now because I moved back home. But I taught for 35 years, okay, for Wapsie Valley, if you know where that's at.
Yeah.
The bee dike larger too often.
Well, anyway, to make a long story short, I went through and read your record, and I was always so proud of you. I mean, I know I was basically Democrat, but you stood up for me. And I always felt that you were the one who would say, tell them like it is. And I thought, okay, what was your oath to office? And
Dog, I'm flabbergasted by this. I'm flabbergasted, like literal lifelong supporter of this person, of this politician. And she's like, but now we got a problem. This man has been in office for 66 years. That's probably longer than she's been able to vote. And like, she's supported him. And now she's turning out to the town halls. You know? Now she's turning out to the town halls. Something has changed. Something's moving in this country. I can feel a shift in the wind. Let's fucking go.
do you know it? Because I would like to read it. Because when you took that oath, Senator Grassley, you took it for me. You promised me these things. Do you know the oath, right?
Not by heart, no.
But I want to tell you before we go further, thank you for sticking up for us years before. We're not getting that.
That's right.
All right, here's the oath, because I want you to consider this, because this is what I feel it's all about. We can talk about any issue, but if we don't have a democracy, and it's going down the tube. You said that do you want me to do it?
No.
I, Chuck Grassley.
No.
I, Chuck Grassley. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution.
You're not doing
of
that.
the United States. And against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, and I know what things want. I think you got a problem with Russia. Infiltrating. Everything I'm seeing. I'm just saying, I'm not a conspiracy theory. I don't like to even hear a conspiracy theory. But then you went on to say, that I will bear the faith and allegiance to the same. Meaning that you're going to support that Constitution, the law inside of that, which would protect me. And Senator Grassley, I'm 70. And I am more scared today than I've ever been.
That's right.
My mom is 74 years old. She literally said the same thing to me. She's more scared now than she has ever been in America. And like, I think this is a not uncommon feeling for people in that in this particular generation. Like, go girl, get his ass.
And I don't care if you're a Trump supporter or not, the man has divided us.
That's
and
right.
he's taken someone like you that I've looked up to all my life. You don't speak for us.
Nope.
Do not say don't do this. Like, you should have known about this Iowa bill where they took food from our kids, from the farmers they promised to do.
Punch him down.
But anyway, Senator Preston, please read that again. Please read it because it finally ends with, after it says, I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of which I'm about to enter. So help me, God. And I think the president's is different. That's the only one that's different. But please, can we have you back? Can we have you supporting all Iowans and independent, but no more Republicans?
Get that job.
A lot of us are getting that way.
Yeah.
It's all Fox News. And I'm sorry, I know all about propaganda. I taught it. That is the most propagandist channel ever. The methods they use, I could tell you, could break it apart. They take a good word and they make it bad. Or Trump takes a bad word and suddenly the disruption we're having in Washington, D.C. is he calls flexibility. I was a teacher, I'll tell you about what flexibility is. It certainly isn't this. And he calls liberals, which means liberty. Right? Comes from the base word liberty. Laws. They make us sound awful. And why would anyone want to be a liberal? You're protecting the Constitution and everyone else's rights, correct? Then they call us woke, which is what Christ taught me to be. I'm just saying, I don't want to bring religion in, because I believe there's really a definition between separation of church and state. But woke is also such a great word. It's looking for you out for your brothers. Why do you even get interviewed on
Damn, she woke splaining
I
him.
grew up when I saw you on there one day.
Don't do that.
Sorry.
We've got time for 2 more questions.
Behind you.
Yes, you.
I want to go back to education a little bit.
Yes, please do.
You had said that special ed students were not going to be harmed.
Oh, get his ass.
There are 17 states, including Iowa, with the attorney general that you mentioned, filing a lawsuit right now to get rid of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, which would end protections for students on IEPs and 504 plans.
Yep.
I, as a teacher and a mother of a student who will be on a 504 next year when she enters kindergarten, am very scared and nervous about that.
Me too.
Yes. I am scared.
So what are you going to do to protect those students?
Can you describe 504 for me, please?
So my daughter will be on a 504. She has nystagmus and has already had 2 eye surgeries, and she's only 5. She does this like head tilt thing, so the 504 would give her preferential seating and the ability to have larger font books to be able to learn to read.
And is there there's a case going on being filed?
There's a lawsuit, including Iowa, being filed to end those protections because of this one statement in there that says something about transgender. Well, they want to call the whole thing unconstitutional.
Okay. Well, first of all, whatever.
Like, imagine how, like, this is how deep, right, the Republican brain rot goes. That so many people in the Republican Party have been indoctrinated to hate trans people so much, that they are willing to throw disabled people, their disabled children, their school services, you know, their own protections under the bus with us just so that we hurt more. I don't get it. I don't get that kind of hatred. I don't get it. It makes me so sad and so angry.
Your background is by race, by religion, by sex orientation, by nationality. All those things have to be respected as an individual.
Not in this.
Not here. You have to respect them.
Not in our state.
You have to respect them as individuals. Okay.
Law says you don't.
Then is this being done under state law, which I won't comment on, or is it being done under federal law? Federal? Okay. Well then, if you're worried about the IDEA law being enforced, if it's the one for special education, I voted for that in 1976. I stand by it. I'm the father of the area education agencies that passed the Iowa legislature my last year there in 1974. And so I support making sure that in my lexicon, we use the word mainstreaming. Students should be mainstreamed. They should not be segregated.
Well,
that's where I'm coming from.
That's been done for years.
Can you wait and repeat that when everybody else is quiet?
What are you going to do when this,
Well, I can't.
this law is being called unconstitutional?
As we've talked about here, there's three branches of government. If this is in the courts, that's where it's going to have to be decided.
Well, they're not doing
Okay.
it. But
you don't
get it, do you? No. No.
See, you haven't asked a question yet.
Time to resign.
Mr. Senator, my name is Kyla. I'd like to introduce myself. Thank you for your service. You have served 66 years, I believe it is. I'm 55. I know it's 44 in DC. My question is, I represent the L of the LGBTQIA community, and we are scared. Yep. Our state is stripping
Bless her.
rights away from individuals. And Mr. President that we have would like to take rights away from us. How are you going to protect my marriage to my wife that should not impact any of you? Anybody's religion is, my marriage does not impact your religion. My marriage does not impact your life. I would like to know from you how you are going to protect Iowans and people in the United States from having their rights stripped away because we happen to be a marginalized community called the LGBTQIA community. How are you going to stand up and protect us so that we don't feel like we are going to be
Hunted for sport.
Need to leave the country, going to be jailed because of who we are, going to lose our jobs, going to lose our homes, have children taken away. Our rights are under fire right now, and please, I'm begging you to tell me how you are going to protect me as your constituent from these atrocities that are coming towards us.
That's right.
I am afraid of what's happening.
Good for
and
her.
I don't want to live in fear. I'm 55 years old. I respected you tremendously when I was younger. I met with you individually in your office when I was a student ambassador getting ready to go to Europe. I went to East Germany when we still had two Germanys. that, and I was very impressed. Right now, if I had that opportunity again, I don't know how impressed I would be if somebody told me I could meet with you individually.
Devastating.
Because you were voted in to represent me and everyone else in this room.
Not Trump.
And I want to know how you're going to protect me and not
Trump.
and not be embarrassed by what's happening.
First, you need to know that some of the best staff people I've had have been people that come from your background.
Thank you.
Said have.
Do you still have members of the
And more than one. And in regard to your marriage, the Constitution, under the Supreme Court decision, protects you. And the only way that can be changed, since it's a constitutional decision and not an interpretation of a statute, you'd have to amend the Constitution, and you're not going to get.
Well, wait. Well, you could overturn Obergefell v. Hodges. That's. You don't have to amend the Constitution. You just have to get another case in front of the Supreme Court and have them overturn it.
2/3 vote to do it. In fact, I'll bet you won't even have a proposal before the United States Congress of overturning that Supreme Court decision. Thank you all very much for being here.
Yo! Yo!
Tax the rich! 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 Tax the rich!
Sick of hearing about their fair share. How about they just pay any?
That was incredible. He literally ended it by saying, I've had some very good gay workers. Anyway, peace. He literally did like that meme of like the kid that like does the peace sign and then just disappears. He literally did that. And then left to yells of tax the rich. That was 10 out of 10. Yeah, just fades. It's Poochie. I have to.
I have to go now. My planet needs me.
Oh, yeah, it's done. God, guys. I don't know about you, but like watching these makes me feel like it's gonna be okay. You know? Like watching this is like, you know, we can mobilize. And like people are already doing it in the heart of red Iowa. If they can do it there, you guys can do it wherever you are. And this country is a big place, and it's really easy to feel isolated in our current day and age, but god damn it, it's always worth remembering that there are people fighting shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm alongside you. We are not alone. We are not helpless. If your elected representative is not doing a town hall, you go and do your own town hall. You make it happen. You make a town hall. You have an empty seat town hall, and then you tell stories with one another. Question 1, how will you protect the Constitution? Next question, question 2, how will you protect gay rights? It's in the Constitution. Bye. Oh, God. Yes, there are a lot of different protest orgs coordinating for an April 5th protest. Folks, get it on your calendar. Start planning. because there needs to be mass action. And, you know, April 5th might not be like the biggest turnout. Just prepare yourself. Like, maybe we're not going to get record turnout on April 5th, but it is a stepping stone to get us to bigger and bigger and bigger mass mobilization events. Because, guys, we are just getting started. We're 2 months in. We are 2 months in. And we're already seeing Chuck Grassley at 91 years old go into his, you know, relatively musty seat of power where he's not been challenged for like 60 goddamn years. And they're yelling at him. They're chanting. They're aroused.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
It's true. If they can do it, so can you. You know, earlier today, we talked with Lady Raincloud, trans community organizer who went to 2 protests today and looked her representative square in the face and said, hey, do a town hall, or the staffer for her representative, and then tracked down the representative later that day. People are doing so many cool things in this country. Did I say 66 or 56? I said 66. He is 91 years old. That was incredible. Now let's see here. McWigan, you are more than welcome to ask me a crazy question. Oh yeah, Late Bloomer, check it out on Indivisible. Indivisible has events for it all over the country. Did you see the new iDubbbz video? You know, I haven't. I don't usually watch iDubbbz. I just don't have too much like time to do like stuff like that generally. Sadly. I'm just so busy. Now, folks, we've been going for over 5 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because that's what makes this stream work. I couldn't do it without you guys, okay? So he's been in office since Chuck Schumer was 9 years old? Yes, Chuck Grassley is that old. I'm in Missouri, definitely going to be there, going to protest on Monday and Tuesday. Hell yeah, Kalishna. Love to see it. Even if people just show up to the event for the food trucks or picnic politics or yoga in the park, people showing up is really the thing we need? Absolutely. Absolutely. Beep, boop. It's actually a pretty good critique of how they're about 10 years behind and stuck on meme culture. It's true. They are so old. Oh, God, Pluvius. Oh, God. Why? Why? Pizza is one of our best agents, axolotls with cream. Now, folks, I have a question. Let's see. I wanted to do more content, but I think I'm like at my limit. I think I'm at my limit. Because I wanted to do the AOC and Bernie rally. And I wanted to do the there's also a Democrats town hall, Jim McGovern, that I wanted to cover, but those are both like an hour long a piece. I thought only we could ask questions. Yeah, maybe let's do that, Banana Brains. Let's take a look. What you got? What you got for me? We can get to some of that other stuff either over the weekend or on Monday. No, Thistles for Eyes. Lady Raincloud went to 2 protests today. I've just been exhaustedly, prepping the stream, doing my job, getting stuff up on YouTube, etc. Oh God. Okay. Excellent. All right. What is this? Going in sight unseen. I have no idea what this is. Let's dive into it, huh?
The shots of espresso are a caffeine-filled pick-me-up. But the vibe inside Flamingo's coffee bar in Exeter is just as uplifting.
That's
the
cute
bright
as hell.
wallpaper shows the business's namesake.
Something fun, vibrant, a place where you can feel comfortable.
Mackenzie Logan's shop
That place is
brimming
cute.
with creative drink concepts, lattes and flights. It's led to lots of loyal customers and a second location.
Coffee's wonderful. I love it. They never go wrong. It's always a perfect cup of coffee.
It's exactly what you would hope for when you look at the menu.
But it's a 2-star Yelp review from a curmudgeonly visitor last fall that's now framed for all to see. Quote, place was disgustingly pro-women, and just walking inside, I immediately felt unwelcome as a male. Probably wouldn't return.
Logan says her...
I'm sorry. Place was disgustingly pro women, and just walking inside, I immediately felt unwelcome as a male. Terrible business model. Also a huge ripoff of Mary Lou's with the pink decor inside. Probably won't return. But also, like, I'm sorry. How fragile do you have to be where you walk into a room that's decorated with flamingos and you're like, this isn't for me. Martha, we're leaving. This place is too pro-women, Martha. Why did you say that name?
Felt unwelcome as a male. Probably wouldn't return.
Logan says her initial reaction was, ouch. But that mindset quickly shifted from offended to empowered.
It's actually a really great motto. It's a great slogan. Like, thanks for that. I think he unknowingly gave us like the best compliment in the world.
Mackenzie posted online asking customers if they'd buy disgustingly pro-women shirts. The response? A resounding yes.
I
Her
want
garage
one of those
turned
shirts.
into a busy shipping center to send packages all over, quickly selling out.
I'd put a t-shirt in a bag and I look at the label and it's like, oh, this is going to California, or this one's going to Texas, and it was really cool to see that. Yeah, it was just overwhelmingly positive, the reaction.
But people have also been coming in to see the female-forward.
Right? Well, Kalishna, wasn't that the cutest printer? The cutest little printer right there? It was so good. He's doing his best. It's just a little guy. It's a little birthday boy printer. Sorry, birthday woman printer.
Coffee shop from far and wide.
I've had people tell me they've driven from New Jersey. I had a lady from Virginia, like specifically just to get our coffee, and they planned a vacation around flamingos.
The merch has expanded. Sweatshirts, stickers, even Christmas ornaments. Being pro-women?
I love it. I think, pro-women does not mean not pro-anybody else.
It's just that we're strong. As a woman, you want to be conceived as strong.
I will be disgustingly pro-women and disgustingly pro-diversity, etc. until I die.
Yeah, women rock.
20% of the t-shirt proceeds continue to go to Exeter Area Women Aid, which helps people with immediate financial needs, turning what was a negative comment into something that continues to be positive.
I think it's not shameful at all to say you're a feminist. I think every person in the world should call themselves a feminist, and I think more people should be loud and proud about that.
And Logan says as long as people keep asking for disgustingly pro-women merch, they'll keep giving it to them.
That was great. As long as people keep requesting disgustingly pro-women merch, they'll keep giving it to them. Incredible stuff. Oh, here's the website. Hell yeah. Just take a look what they got. What you got? Disgustingly pro-women. Heck yeah. That's cute as hell. Here you go. I'll drop it in chat here. flamingoscoffeebar.com. Incredible stuff. Thank you for sharing that with us, Banana Brains. Ten out of 10. It's been a bad news day, but I think we need to take time to look at the good things that are happening. Things are really scary right now, and I think a lot of people are stumbling a bit when it comes to hope and when it comes to getting out and doing things. And I don't know, I think it's good to see that other people are doing that. It helps me to feel solidarity, This is in New Hampshire. Local news, so they don't mention the state. Okay. Just out of curiosity, they have a little events page here. Oh, they do yoga classes. That's cute. You can go get a coffee and do some yoga. What's their menu like? Just real quick. Menu. Specialty lattes. They got the Shamrock Shake, the Salty Leprechaun, the Pot of Gold. Huh. What is the Wonder Woman? Espresso, red velvet, caramel, and oat milk available hot or iced. That sounds really good. I'm not a coffee person and I would drink that. All right. Red Bull infusions. In Jolly Rancher flavor? Spring break? Baked goods. The Angry Donut. Donuts and cinnamon rolls available Friday and Sunday. But what is the Angry Donut? Tell me more. Tell me, I want to know more. There's no image. It makes me sad. Million Things Baking Co. Gluten-free muffins. We got your beans. Cool. Lovely stuff. It looks like they have 2 locations as well. Anyway, the salty leprechaun sounds dirty. Only if you're into leprechauns. Hell yeah, late bloomer, welcome back. Yo, McWiggin, yes! Supporting local restaurants always feels so much better than supporting fast food. Absolutely. Like, the food is just so tasty. Did I see your link? I did not see your link, Mini-Me. But also, I don't have more stories left in me. Whoo! If I have more than 2 cups of coffee, my eyelids twitch. If I drink an energy drink, I can still fall asleep immediately afterwards. In fact, sometimes I need it to help me sleep. Time for sleep then? Absolutely, Firefishy. Whew. But like, see guys, this is what I mean. There are always stories to talk about. There are always events happening in politics. That's the ADHD. Yeah, probably. Probably. Yeah. But there are always stories to cover. Like, I want to be able to keep doing that, but I do need rest, and today I'm like teetering on the edge of burnout. Caffeine is basically a worse ADHD med? Huh. What my favorite meal of all time? My favorite meal of all time, some black Cuban beans. Gotta be done right. Okay, black Cuban beans, carne asada, and like a lemon lime rice situation with a homemade red tomatillo salsa. Mix that all together. That is a top tier meal right there. I'm actually gonna go eat some right after I get off of stream so I can pass out. You got anything like that desert terraforming segment months ago? Kind of. I have a couple stories about sodium ion batteries that are hitting the market, and a new electric car charger that works twice as fast as Tesla charging stations. But I don't have energy to do that shit. But you guys better hit the buttons, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs and donos on your way out, folks. I want tacos and cookies. I also want tacos and cookies. Whoo! Also, maybe tomorrow in the Discord we'll stream some Severance. Season 1. Go through season 1, get to season 2. See what we can do. Do the buttons, do the subs, whatever. Support the stream so I don't die. I'm crashing hard. Good night, everybody. Ah.
I'm gonna tell you fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm I'm gonna tell you workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Race hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.